Hey, Joe Meyers.
Hey, Steve.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well.
Oh, good.
Just trying to make a little bit of dinner real quick before I give Chelsea in Andrew's office a little bit of a training on how to close caption.
Oh,
So,
very cool.
How's what?
How's your little one?
She's great. She is with her mom right now. It's her godfather's birthday.
Oh.
Oh, they are there while I am here.
Both having lots of fun, right?
Not gonna lie, I'd rather be there having delicious Middle Eastern food, but you know, you got to do what
that sounds pretty good.
I know.
Pretty good.
Jenny was reading off the menu, like, what should we order? Because he lives in Troy, and so they're over there.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
I'm just like, I would like to have all of that. So
Yeah. Give me some kafta and some shawarma and some
exactly
kebabs and put some bottle ganoush on the side and some zedra and yeah.
I'm pretty I think I like the most like American Middle Eastern food, like just like give me some shawarma and some rice and some hummus and some garlic and I'm perfect. I like kafta, I like a lot of the other stuff, but I'm not a big fan of parsley. So
there you go. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are living very close to Pita Pita over here. We had become regular customers to the point that like the owner would always come out, Kamal would always come out, Mr. Steve, and it's just like, he gave me a hard time for like 2 or 3 visits. And then I went in one day and my vet's office used to be right across the street in Fountain Square.
Yeah.
And I walked in and my vet was there and he'd been my vet for years and years and years and he used to be my next door neighbor, right? And I was like, oh, hey, John, how's it going? And then Kamal was like, you're friends with Dr. John? And I was like, well, yeah, and he says like, and so John would go over there every day for lunch. And then I became one of the cool kids at that point. I was like, oh. So then it was like, whenever I went in, it was like this dance between me and the owner. He would give me free stuff and I would leave a big tip. Yeah. So basically I paid for, whatever he gave me, but the staff got the tip. So everybody was like, then it got to be whenever I'd go in and if he wasn't around, then the staff would fight over who got to wait on me because they knew there was a huge tip involved in it. I was like, and it got to be really funny. And then I stopped going in there for a while and I went in and there was like one guy out front that knew who I was. And he was like, oh yeah, yes, sir. This and everybody's kind of looking at him, whatever, and I'd gone in a couple times. There wasn't anybody I know. And they're just kind of like, yeah, whatever. And I'm just kind of like, tell Kamal I said hello. And they're like, what? And the guys in the back were all the same guys. And they'd be looking out and go, oh, hey, man, how's it going? And then they'd kind of step up their game a little bit, It was pretty fun.
See, we're more of a Palm Palace family. They have the best garlic outside of Dearborn that I've had.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's all about the garlic. And so Pita Pita was good, but
that's a big deal around here too. So
yeah. I mean, like if you're not prepared for all of the garlic, then do not go to Palm Palace.
Right.
You have to be prepared for all of it.
All of it. I used to love going in there and watch them, bake the bread out front.
The bread is so good. It like I said, the only place I've been able to get food like that is Dearborn.
Hi, Chelsea.
Hey.
Hey, Chelsea.
How are you guys?
Good. So
doing well.
You don't have to keep your camera on unless you want to.
Okay, perfectly fine with me.
But basically, when it's your turn to type, I'm gonna. Usually, it's 20-minute batches where like you'll type for 20 minutes. Because normally we have Sarah monitoring it, but because Sarah's not here today, I'm going to be monitoring it. But there could be a minute or two lapse when I don't realize it and I'm talking actively to council.
Okay.
But what will happen is I will assign you to type, and you don't see anything until you'll see some box pop up.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And in there you can type, that's where you just type
Oh, just click on the box and
just type. In order for people to see it, in order for it to be registered, you have to hit enter. So make sure you hit enter a lot.
okay.
And then this is gonna be the hardest thing, but with misspellings, really because you're doing it live, just muscle through.
Okay.
It's an exhausting 20 minutes.
Okay.
But we found that like changing it every 10 minutes just gets to be too much. And then now it'll give everyone type for 20 minutes, get an hour off, type for 20 minutes, get an hour off. And
Okay.
that's probably the most fair and equitable way to do it. So you don't just have to sit. I know you're really concerned about everything going on at city council, but it'll give you a little bit of time to actually spend at home. So.
And you're the only one that's really interested in what's going on.
Oh, Steve, no, I'm very interested. Always. So that's kind of it right now. You're assigned, and then when it's your turn, I don't give you any warning. It'll just go like that.
Okay. It'll just pop up and I'll just start
It'll just
typing.
go away.
Okay.
And then what I'm going to try to do, it doesn't always get better. It doesn't always happen properly. But what I try to do is text like you're up, like so-and-so. So keep your phone. This is the one time where keep your phone right by your side, because we rely on text messages to let everyone know what's happening, because it's definitely a lot to orchestrate.
Okay.
I don't think a lot of people actually understand what closed captioning live meeting actually is, but it's
I never knew what it was. It's like I thought it was like mini minutes or something like that. Like
No.
I didn't like.
No, so there's pros and cons though, because there's not like there is a permanent record of it, but like no one's expecting us to get everything right grammatically and everything like that.
Okay.
And we will ask our mayor. Good evening, Mayor.
And to you, Joe, how you doing?
Doing wonderful. I'm just going through Chelsea about closed captioning. If you wouldn't mind, will you please warn everyone to try to speak slowly and clearly, because it is Chelsea's first time closed captioning.
Yes.
The rest of us just gotta figure it out. But we have a team of 4 doing it. So
Is this like live? You're going to be typing what we're saying?
we have every city council meeting we've done on Zoom. Every meeting we've had on Zoom, staff and Andrew's staff have actually been live typing every single word, well, to the best of our ability.
You know, that's an art form. I'm thinking about like the people that do, American Sign Language translation, right?
Yeah.
That, I mean, how do you type and people are saying other words than what you're typing?
Yes, it's rough, but
Yeah.
please remember, and that's why we have all of the staff actually as a panelist, because you have to be a panelist to close caption. But it's definitely challenging. But I was just giving Chelsea a little bit of a tutorial on how it's not hard to actually do, but when you're just in it, you end up getting a groove. Scott on our team, he's figured out the groove, and he's actually probably the clearest and easiest flowing closed captioning.
That's excellent. Well, Chelsea, you're going to rock it. I have
Thank
every
you.
confidence in you.
Thank you.
Scott, I just saw you. We have full confidence in you as well.
I was going to say the key is to not stop. Just keep going, even if you
Yep.
make a spelling error.
All right.
Which is the hardest thing to do. I know it doesn't seem,
No, especially for
you're
me.
so used to just like backspace, like literally backspacing. You're like 5 words, you're 5 words behind.
Yes. 'cause I
And
like
you'll see after the first time of your 20 minutes, you'll be like, whew. Okay. And then an hour later, you're like, okay, I can do this again. I can do this.
You drink your Monster drink?
I will tell you this. I love the convenience of these Zoom meetings, but I cannot wait for
And Clerk Kalenga, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Wilcoxon,
Present.
Councilmember Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Somerville,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson, Councilmember Morgan, Councilmember Simmons, Mayor Bashert.
Present.
With 4 present, there's a quorum.
Thank you.
I move to excuse the missing members, 3 members.
Thank you. I did not hear from Mayor Pro Tem. Can somebody contact her and just see if she,
I'll do that now.
okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Get a voice vote to,
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. There's been a motion to excuse. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Opposed? Seeing none. Thank you. Agenda approval. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
Thank you, Councilwoman Coxon. Is there a second of support?
Support.
Thank you, Councilor Somerville. All right, any proposed changes? Seeing none, call the roll on the agenda, please.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Bashert,
Yes,
Councilmember Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
thank you. And now it's time for our public comment. This is one of the times in our agenda when we welcome your comments on anything related to the city. Everyone will have 3 minutes to speak. We welcome your comments, observations, and suggestions. Please make your comments to council as you would want us to speak to you. Courtesy costs nothing. This is not a conversation. It's a time for us to hear your thoughts. In some cases, we will respond to questions at the end of all speakers. If you would like a back and forth conversation, please make an appointment with one or several of us at a different time. If you're here about an agenda item that has a public hearing, which is our text amendment for the drive-through, please save your comments for the time set aside for that issue. And so now let's welcome our first public comment on anything else from Lamar Weir. I see your hand up, Lamar. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Good evening, Lamar Weir, field representative for Congresswoman Dingell. I'm just here listening in, trying to get important updates that are regarding or that are happening in the city of Ypsilanti, particularly events and views on racial injustice and police brutality that's been going on in the community. So thank you for having me.
Thank you, Lamar, and we're always happy to see Congresswoman Dingell's staff or herself here at our meetings. Is there anybody else who would like to make public comment at this time? I see Brian, you have your hand up. Brian, please state your name for the record.
Oops.
Brian, are you there? Is he muted, Andrew? Nope, he's gone.
He's
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm having technical, I'm wrestling with tech stuff. Who else has public comment at this time?
Brian's on, Mayor.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. I apologize.
Hey, cool. Looks like you can hear me. Brian Geringer, Ward 1. I just want to share some meditations I've been having about police brutality and sort of just how we can allocate our resources in this community. I am thinking about how resources could be diverted from the YPD into foundationally changing the well-being of our residents and how that could prevent their attraction to criminalized behavior. I'm thinking about diverting that money also to programs that are designed to respond to emergency situations better and more compassionately than the police do and without weapons. And I think, in IPSI, we think of ourselves very highly and progressive, and it's easy to distance ourselves and the YPD from, the horrific racist police brutality that we've been seeing around the country. But David Ware was shot in the back, and there is a straight line between the nationwide violent police response to protests and YPD's decision, for example, to patrol the bus station constantly. And I think that connection is a form of broken windows policing, in which officers hang out in places criminalized behavior is expected, like bus stations or protests. This not only increases criminalized behavior, but it lets officers and departments' biases run wild at the expense of Black and brown, poor, disabled, and otherwise marginalized people. And, you're not going after local business owners for wage theft, for example. Instead, after the shootings last summer, for example, you encourage residents to police one another with tip lines rather than asking and challenging the circumstances that contributed to those tragedies in the first place. So, I think there's a lot to think about here, and I'm, hoping to see IPSI at the forefront of transformation in this arena. I really recommend, there's a resource called transformharm.org by Mariam Kaba, and I've been looking at it, and it's incredible. So I hope that's something we can all look at.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian. Who else would like to give comment at this time? Seeing none, I'm going to close public comment. And we're going to go into our train platform discussion. I'm going to open this up by bringing forward that Senator Irwin and his incredibly talented staff arranged, Annie Somerville arranged a great meeting between Amtrak, MDOT, our representatives at the state level, Senator Irwin, and Representative Peterson, and our staff. And we had a frank discussion about the grant and the weaknesses in it that were described to us. And so I learned a lot during that meeting, and I think that we need to have a conversation about that and decide what level of status, what level of support we want to give the train in the future. And so I'm just going to open it up with a couple of things that I heard. Kent Early was also on that call, and so I'd like all of those folks to kind of help with that. So one of the things that I learned was about the studies. We used a 2013 study which showed of ridership on the Wolverine train. And it showed 13,300 users, passengers that year. In 2015, which was more recent, the ridership had dropped to 9,100. And that was very striking. And so we didn't use 2015 because the ridership was fairly low. Well, what Amtrak disclosed to us was that the ridership dropped that year because there was severe construction going on the train tracks. And they didn't run as many trains. It wasn't possible to carry as many passengers. So it's clear that we really needed a fresh study before we submitted that grant. And Amtrak is open and willing to do a study to give us fresh data when we decide to move forward. That's just one thing that I learned. Another thing that I learned was, and I think staff and Kent can help with us this to some extent, the level of discomfort that Chrissy had with the nearest train station being 8 miles away. Amtrak has confidence at full ridership that there's a need for the train platform on our part of the county somewhere. And so they've done 2 studies that have proven that. And so that was really helpful for me to learn as well. Now, whether or not our community has the tolerance for this, that's another conversation. And I'm gonna let staff and Kent pick it up from here and add anything else that came up during that meeting that I might have missed or should be bringing up to staff, to council at this time. City Manager, what did you hear at that meeting?
So what I heard was that the data was an issue. However, it seemed to me that they understood why we used the data that we used. And also that because data is so important, so is timing. So in order for us to get more up-to-date data in which they're willing to do and to help us do a study if we so desire, that they felt due to COVID and due to the ridership numbers probably being down, that it's not likely that we would get better numbers going forward. But they did say if there was something that we decided we were willing to do, that they would see if they could help us with such a study to get that data. The other thing that was really clearly pointed out was that the data we gave, they were looking for that 2 years ago under our prior administration. That's what they were looking for at that particular time. And I think they really feel that we should focus on a broader view. I took that away, meaning maybe regional. We need to get some other supporters behind us. It's not impossible by no means, but if we were to do another round, we should have some kind of plan where we have other types of support supporting us. So I think the mayor was fair in her assessment of that meeting. Ken could probably add some data to this. As far as the cost, of course, as a council, since we are considering our budget right now and the things that we're doing, of course, if this is delayed or we were to put this on the back burner for another day, of course, the costs are going to be different. So that's something we'll have to deal with if we decided to. Of course, the match will be different. So those are all the things that we should keep in mind. And we should also keep in mind that we have to also have the entire, not just the construction, but we need to have an entire plan for the operation, for the upkeep, and all of that for running the train. And I think that was a key piece also that was missing. Ken, can you just jump in and?
Yeah, certainly, Francis. One of the things that I heard, and it was interesting because you've heard about this route and evaluation study. There were two studies done, one in 13 and one in 15. You heard the mayor talk about some of the details behind that. When we got engaged to be involved with these analyses in 2016, at that point, it was relatively new data. We had talked to Amtrak at that point about, hey, if this takes some time, are you willing to do another route and evaluation study? And at that point, remember, you're talking 16, 17, that data is a couple years old. The 2013 study is only about 4 years old at that point, 3 to 4. They're like, no, we've done 2 studies in the last 5 years. We in turn, as preparing this application, had asked again, and at that point they had said no. They're still, the 2015 study still within the reasonable time frame. The other thing that they pointed out relative to the selection criteria was their agency, the Federal Railroad Administration, the staff evaluate all the applications. And again, just to be clear, they had over 80 applications for over $900 million, and they only had $250 million to give. But the name of the lady that we got the debrief from, her name was Frances Bourne. She's the national policy lead with the planning division of the FRA. And Ms. Bourne indicated that although staff review the actual criteria, the selection is by political appointees. And she was very, frankly, blunt about getting cross-sectional political support across, on both sides of the aisle at this point, considering the administration in Washington. She was pretty clear about that. The last thing that was mentioned, again, the mayor talked about the distance between the existing Ann Arbor station and the city. But the last thing they mentioned was the match. Because of the volume that they received of applications this time, they were actually giving preference for 50% matches, and that has never been the case. She had indicated typically 25 to 30 had always been that sweet spot. So again, I'm certainly available to answer any questions or about numbers you might have.
I'm going to call on you next, Councilor Somerville, but I want to add one more thing. We did talk towards the end of the meeting about the situation with COVID, and that ridership is going to be negatively impacted for at least 1 year, possibly 2 years because of this. And so we're not going to get friendly numbers for a while, and it's not going to be a need for a while. Nobody thinks. And so it looks like we're at a bad time to move forward on this at this time. And, you know, that argues for freeing up the money if we decide that, freeing up the money in our reserves and, you know, revisiting this after we've returned to whatever normal is post-COVID. So that's all I want to say regarding that meeting. Councilor Somerville, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I just have some quick takeaways and questions maybe. So all of the input that we got back from the Chrissy folks though, was that it didn't matter what our match was because of the distance between Ann Arbor and Ypsi. Well, so like the meeting that took place though was just with Amtrak. So I guess like it doesn't really answer that overall response that we got with the denial for the grant. They said it didn't matter what the match was, whether it was, 90%, it was still 8 minutes on the rail away from Ann Arbor. I just wanted to point that out because the folks that work for that operate the Christie grant were not in that meeting. That was just Amtrak. So, and obviously Amtrak wants to present it in a way to suggest that this would be useful for us in the future. But I thought the whole point from the Christie perspective was it didn't matter. All those other things didn't matter because we were still only 8 minutes away. That was definitely said in the follow-up call that the city manager was on a few months ago. So I just wanted to point that out because I don't understand, regardless of what Amtrak says, the Christie grant folks told us that didn't matter because of the distance. So I guess I'm a little confused about that. I get the correlation between what parties in power and working across party lines, but it doesn't really take away from the fact that the folks who monitor those grant applications also already said that none of that else mattered because we were only 8 minutes away. So I just think that's important because regardless of what Amtrak says, of course they want a platform built with our resources.
City Manager and Kent, can you answer that question? Kent, can you answer that question? Was that the breaking issue? I remember it being several things.
It was certainly one of the key ones that Ms. Bourne indicated, no doubt. She said FRA staff, who is the group that reviews the Chrissy application, and FRA stands for Federal Railroad Administration, by the way. FRA staff, that was one of their primary concerns, is the proximity of the city of Ypsilanti to the existing Ann Arbor station, no doubt.
Right, and Amtrak has no sway in who gets these grant applications. So I just wanted to point that out for everyone. And I guess the other thing too is, I don't know, I remember before this application got submitted, we knew what data was being used. Am I incorrect in saying that? We were briefed on why we were using that data. And then I also followed up with staff, and I was also aware that at the time, Amtrak didn't want to do another study. So I guess I'm surprised that now they're saying that they'd be willing to pay for another study. That seems a little alarming because they just told us in September that they weren't, or leading up to September, October, when we submitted that Chrissy grant, they weren't willing to pay for another study. So I guess I'm not really sure what changed between then and June or May.
Well, from that conversation, you're correct, Councilmember Somerville. From that conversation, it seems that Amtrak is saying, yes, we want your business, and yes, we're willing to help you. Even if that includes you need a study, not necessarily, we're going to do the study. So we're willing to help you if this is something you really want. And from my recollection, I agree with Kent that that was one of the key points, the distance between Ypsilanti and the Ann Arbor station. And that's the reason why it was brought up that, we probably need to frame it in a different way and have other partners in order to make it, yes, in order to make it fly if we decided in the future. Being an overflow maybe for Ann Arbor, being more regional, just taking a totally different approach. If we decided, they agree that now probably isn't a good time because no matter what study we did, as the mayor said, we wouldn't get very good results. So yes.
I've got Council Morgan and then Council Coxon. Council Morgan.
Hey, pardon my tardiness, everybody. Happy Tuesday. So we presented, if I'm not mistaken, so the 2013 and 2017, the data that was used, it wasn't sufficient enough to make the claim that we needed as far as ridership. But my thing is, we did a feasibility study, right? And a feasibility is it's an assessment of practicality about if we need it, how much we need, if we want it. And now we have allocated funds. I think when we're talking about 8 miles down the road and doing another study, I do believe it may be feasible that we don't have it. It may be practical. I mean, a study after study after study just costs money. And I don't care how many people, how many officials are support of it, or Amtrak or MDOT. If we don't have the feasibility, the place, the space, and the ridership to support it, it can have 1,000 signatures. So I think the way that the grant had taken place with some of this information being, and like and the not the ridership, but the stop in Ann Arbor. So again, I think perhaps with the ridership and the revenues and recouping, maybe we could find those funds another happy home and find attractions to our city that could compensate for the ridership we would get. So I think we got to be more creative in these times right now. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Council Morgan. Councilor Coxon.
Thanks. I was kind of hoping for a bit more history on this. This is always, I neglected to go back and look through all the old records on this to see what the storyline was. And so, when I got on council, this had already been decided, and then the grant came up, and it was like, all right, let's take this for the ride that has already started going. But what's not clear to me, and I hope that somebody from staff can just give a brief synopsis on this, is so what was the initial impetus for this in the first place? Did Amtrak approach us and say, hey, we've done a study, let's talk about doing this? Was this, the brainchild of people from the business community in Ypsilanti? And if so, who? This seemed to get really confused with, some people seem to be really confused about this train stop versus a commuter rail. And even as far as going into submitting this grant, people were asking that question. It's like, oh, we can just do this. And it's like, no, that's a completely different thing. And, Pete Murdoch had mentioned this as well. So I was hoping somebody from staff could give a brief synopsis of the history of the genesis story, so to speak, of this project.
Steve, I can try to give you some of that. I actually was doing some studying myself, trying to see where this all started. And Kent helped me, giving me some history on it. So I'll try to relay to you what I know, and then he can jump in. But as far as I know, there was a stop there years ago. And about 10 years ago, some of the community started conversation about having the stop reopened. So it was one there before, and that it was closed due to lack of ridership. Am I right, Kent? I believe at that time.
That is correct. It was active until the middle of 1985, and due to economic downturn at that point, Amtrak elected to close the station. My first involvement with this was approximately 2010. There were some meetings facilitated by Teresa Gelati at that point, who was a city staff member at that point. And I know the mayor and the city manager, Ed Carisno and Mayor Schreiber at that point, facilitated some meetings with Amtrak and MDOT Rail to talk about what might be feasible. Former Councilman Murdoch sat in on that, just to talk about what it might take to get an active rail stop put in there. One of the things that came out at that point was the need to, if a spot would be put, or a station would be put in the city, would be making up the time that would be lost. And that was part of the closure of Park and Grove Streets, and a grant that MDOT gave to the city to close those off to try and recoup some of that time. But again, that involvement for me dated back to 2010. What happened from 1985 to 2010, I just don't have the history on it.
Right. I don't ever recall the stop. I came to Ypsilanti in 1985. So when I got here, it just closed. Mayor Pro Tem seems to know more of that, and she probably will share, but Councilmember Wilcoxon, that is how this all started. It started as, can we reopen what was closed? And there were several civic engagement sessions, I guess you might want to call it, with the business owners and things, and they expressed an interest in wanting to have that stop reopened.
Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to add?
I grew up with the stop there, here in the city of Ypsilanti. And I wasn't living here when it stopped, when they closed it, but it was due to the downturn and there not being as many people riding the train. And that was all over, not just here, but ridership for Amtrak went down across the country during that time. And Amtrak itself was, I'm not sure of the exact years, when it was really on the wane, and it really made a big comeback. So I was around when the talk first started about it, and there were the businesses, particularly in Depot Town, were really quite interested in the stop coming back. And the administration at Eastern at that time was also interested in terms of it being a stop for their students. Then later on became the talk about the commuter rail, and then it went back to a full Amtrak thing. I know Representative Peterson played a big part, had a big part in the meetings with Amtrak. And I don't know if anyone here besides me was around when we took the train, when Amtrak provided a ride from Ypsilanti all the way into Detroit and back. And at that time, that was when the talk began to really increase more and more. Everything was a go. We had several meetings. We had some community meetings about it, and had meetings with Amtrak. And back, I don't know, might remember, help me remember the year, whether it was 16.
Yep, it was in 2016.
Okay.
It was a little bit before that you guys did that ride, but it was 2016 we had those meetings.
Right. And everything was a go. And the whole package was put in the city's lap. That was the last meeting that we held up at the Marriott. It was I believe it was a breakfast meeting or a luncheon meeting or something. Amtrak and MDOT and Representative Peterson were there. And at that time, MDOT put the next move in the lap of the city. And that was under our previous city manager. And there was nothing said or done with it for probably almost a year or over a year. So this is what we ended up with.
Councilor Wilcoxon.
So I think that last part is kind of telling. It's just like, thank you for that, all three of you, on giving that history. I was aware of some of the stuff going on in 2016, but it seems kind of strange to me that there's a business here that closed its own stop because of it wasn't financially feasible for them to do this. And then they come back and they drop it in the city's lap along with MDOT, and I don't know what their role in that was, but it just seems this is a business venture by the carrier, and leaving this up to the city to fund it. I just find that appalling. I mean, I think that's really shows poor business planning and strategy on the part of Amtrak, and I know that's a long-standing history for them. You know, they were completely underwater and bailed out, and all those things going into it. So I just don't understand how this got to the point that the momentum was there. Once this just got dropped. I mean, to me, it's kind of like, you know, this is like, yeah, we want to do this, but here, you pay for it. And to me, it's like, it's your business. You're the one that's going to benefit from this more than anybody else. And to have them, A, not provide the data that's necessary for it, and to, you know, to just back out on that and give kind of what I've heard to be a lukewarm letter of recommendation. I'm just very skeptical of this whole thing. I'm not at all pleased with the way that played out. So I'll defer to
Yes, Councilmember Wilcoxon, I think you misunderstood what I was saying, or maybe I didn't make it plain. When it was put back in the city's lap, that was due to us providing the stop, providing the platform and the stop. It wasn't, no, they had gone, MDOT and Amtrak, they had gone as far as they could go without a commitment from the city for building the platform, the stop. That's what it was. No, and they made a commitment to stick with us through the whole thing. So that was, all of that was there. And I think those, I don't know if there's any records of the meeting that we had at that meeting at the Marriott, but there definitely should be other records of the other meetings that we had. I know it started with Mr. Lang being city manager, and with with our former community and economic director, and they had laid out many plans. So all of that should be somewhere around City Hall where they could go back, those records we could go back and find it. No, it wasn't that they just dropped it in our lap. It was that we had to the city had to make the next move. It wasn't that they were dropping it. They had gone as far as they could go without the city making the next move to say, okay, we needed to decide whether or not we actually wanted to stop, and we needed to decide if we were going to go for that, and to make plans to even look at, we began looking at where the stop would be and what kind of platform we would have. So it wasn't that they just dropped it in our lap. No, it was that they had gone as far as they could go. We needed to take the next step. Kent, is that how you remember?
Yeah, it was Beth Bashert and Ralph Lang. And
Right.
In those meetings, as Councilwoman Richardson indicated, they had gone as far as they could, and it was put back in the city's lap to identify some details for sure.
Right.
Councilor Coxon, and then I'm conscious that we haven't heard from Councilor Brown or Councilor Simmons yet, and I'm gonna invite them to chime in after this. Councilor Coxon?
Thanks for the clarification. But inherent in that statement, there still seems to be, with the statement, they took it as far as they could go. So yeah, the city needs to decide where they want it to be in the city and things like that, but it is still on, to me, it's on Amtrak to provide the funding for that. There's a communication between the city and that organization about their business. And if we're willing to have that, then we can talk about where it's going to be and things like that. But is there any other precedence? For instance, what was the source of the funding for the downtown bus station? Was that provided by the city?
You mean
AATA.
AATA. That would, they paid for that.
Right. So why wouldn't Amtrak pay for their own stop? If the local bus
Well,
system.
the city, Steve, one of the things was that the city had not made a definite decision that they even wanted it. That's part
Oh,
of
right.
why.
No, I understand that,
Yeah.
and thanks.
Yeah.
But for them to say we've taken it as far as we can go, but then if we have that conversation and we say, yeah, we'd like to do this, and we'd like to help figure this out, and here's where we think it would be feasible, and have that conversation. But then when it comes back to the city that, you know, the city has to apply for grants and things like this, well, you know, where was that decision made? Because it just seems like a failed business model. We're in negotiations with a business that has a pretty poor showing for paying attention to business. You know, they lost ridership for a number of reasons over a lot of years, and you know that's a trend. But at the same time, their poor management shouldn't cost the city of Ypsilanti millions of dollars to provide them a stop that they're going to benefit from more than anybody else.
Thank you, Councilor Coxon. Councilor Brown, Councilor Simmons, love to hear from you on this. Got nothing?
No, I mean, this stop is a special topic. But I actually, in listening to Councilmember Wilcoxon right now, I mean, I had just gotten elected to city council in 2016 when Mr. Lang and Beth Bashert brought this back in front of us, which had been, I guess, stalled for some amount of time. And I was learning, and still even now, and having Mayor Pro Tem go back and kind of give some history from before that time too, and trying to understand, the route that was taken, I suppose, about how we were to be funding this large portion of bringing this stop back to life. And so in listening to Councilmember Wilcoxon now, I think that I align with that point in other business models, other places that are going to be benefiting from a public space like AATA, fund their location. So why is it that we're expected to do the study, match the funds, do all these different things? In particular, when even the mechanisms that we're looking to get funding from are telling us that they actually they're not bought into the proximity of this stop coming back in proximity to what already exists down the road. So I don't know, I'm still swimming in information right now and trying to figure out, where I stand on where this goes from here. I guess that's all that for now.
Mr. Meyers? Can I go to?
I think Jennifer wanted to talk, and then I can speak after that. I had a tiny bit more history to add onto what Francis is.
Thank you. Councilor Simmons?
Oh, I mean, I was very open to considering the train station, and actually really excited about it. It seems like maybe the ship has sailed, and maybe now is not the right opening or time for this, particularly considering budget issues. To me, a higher priority is addressing our dam removal, exploring that, and making that happen. And so I guess I'm less enthusiastic about this. It doesn't mean that at another future point, I wouldn't be, but I'm not sure that we have enough information at this point that says it makes sense right now. But my hope, long-term hope, is that we have awesome commuter rail and things, kind of coming back there. I'm just not sure if that's now.
Thank you. Joe?
So the only thing I want to add, sorry, I have to switch closed captioners 1 second. Normally we have Sarah, but Sarah's not in the office today, so I'm kind of helping out a little bit. Sorry. The only thing I would add to what Francis said, and to kind of help talk to Mayor Pro Tem a little bit too, the City Council vocalized and made official their support of the train stop in 2016 when they allocated $2 million towards this stop. So that was kind of the big thing that said the City Council is in full support. As far as kind of the Ypsi Transit Center and the funding sources, it is common, I believe, and Kent, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's common to apply for grants from the federal government to help fund Amtrak. The big problem that we have, and the city manager and a couple of council members pointed it out, you know, there's always a give and a take between Amtrak saying, yeah, this is good. We would help you with this, and the funding sources saying this is the right place. And so that's where it gets really tricky. And so the two big sources for transportation alternative infrastructure programs are the Build Grant and the Christie Grant. And the Build Grant is where most bus stations get their funding from, and the Christie Grant is where most Amtrak stops get their funding from. And so with that all being said, I think I just wanted to kind of add a little bit of clarity that the city in 2016 did affirm their support once again in 2018, and then once again in 2019 and 2020. So I know there was a meeting. I was not there. I was at the city at the time, but I was not at that meeting at the Marriott. But there is support. The problem is, you know, like was said on the call, if we would have, you know, without Ann Arbor being 8 miles away and without the political support, we could have given it 90% of our funding and we still wouldn't have received funding. So those are just a couple of clarifications that I would like to add.
Thank you. Councilor Somerville?
Yeah, I guess two things. I mean, this all just sounds like corporate welfare, in my opinion. And I don't really agree with that, especially given that there's not a commuter rail in any short-term possibility. So, and I also have heard from a number of my constituents in Ward 3, but really across the city, that there's been a lot of misleading information to residents throughout the years about this stop, which I think is crucial. And if there ever is a push to move forward with this, there needs to be some serious public engagement, because residents, from what I'm hearing, are not interested in us paying for an Amtrak platform. Folks love regional transit. I love the idea of regional transit, but that's not what this is. And I think that there's a lot of information and just misperceptions on what this stop would be. And I don't think that that's happening in the next 5 years. And that, I mean, that's just the reality.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
And I'm hearing just the opposite from people. I get questions all the time asking why did the city let the train stops drop? What are we doing with it? Why aren't we moving forward with it? This was a promise to bring a lot of business to the city. And I do believe that it would. I believe that it would bring people in from both Superior Township, from Ypsi Township, and from other places around to come into the city to pick up the train, to go on into Detroit, or to go further east, or to go to Ann Arbor. And like I said before, back then there was a lot, and even recently I heard that they had from people at Eastern, they were anxious for the train to also be stopping here as a boon for their students. I'm hearing the opposite from Council Member Somerville, in that I'm hearing people wanting to know what happened, was there the delay, and she's hearing the other wise. So, but I think that we need to, really hear from our people. And I will say this, I keep hearing people keep saying, if the city doesn't do it, the township's gonna do it. So the city should do it so we get the business. I'm hearing that all the time, so.
Councilor Morgan.
Yeah, so I know so one of our major festivals won't be here again this year, probably annually, until we get another one here to replace it. But this is 35 years ago and nothing has happened. Nothing. It's like we're trying to revive something that's like bare bones. And I think there is a way we could do something wonderful at that space without making a train stop with $2 million. We still can beautify it. We still can hook up the freight house. We still can make it a place to gather if we don't meet the goals. Because we're talking about 35 years ago, and we're talking about past council wishes. This is new council. We may not have those same concerns or those same goals that the past council. I'm open, but I think that in 35 years, if Amtrak can't revive it and we haven't had the will to revive it, is where it is. And I think we can move on from that.
Councilor Somerville?
Yeah, just for the purposes of making sure that I have the most accurate information to provide constituents with, we wouldn't be able to there wouldn't be a commuter rail to Ann Arbor or Detroit that would be like a consistent enough for people to actually use it. And then Kent, maybe you can answer that, or Francis, but like this platform and the grant application that we applied for through Amtrak was not for a commuter rail. Am I wrong?
That is correct. Part of the thought process back in 2016 was to get a stop activated with a run from this line to then open it up with an additional stop with commuter rail. But originally, it was not intended to be commuter to start with. And that was kind of a thought process of City Manager Lang in conjunction with some of the discussions with MDOT Rail.
Okay, and then can you maybe walk me through it's still not going, I mean, it wasn't originally, and it's still not going to be a commuter rail.
That's correct. The original plan.
Okay. I just wanted to draw that in for everyone because that's what my constituents are complaining about. That's what other people are complaining about throughout the city. And I mean, that's an important aspect because the city spends $2 million on this. People can't hop on a train and go to a Tigers game and come back. People are going to be pretty upset. And I think that's part of the big picture. And I would love a stop, and I would love to hop on a train and go to a Tigers game and then come back to Ypsi, or hop on a train and go to Ann Arbor sometime. But that's not what this is. And I think that there's a lot of confusion around that. So I just wanted to point that out a few more times and also make sure that I'm not wrong, so I can clarify that for constituents in Ward 3 at the very least. But I just think that's an important part of the conversation. I'm hopeful that in the next 20 years, we'll have some pretty good regional transit in Southeastern Michigan. But I don't think this is something that the city of Ypsi, I don't think this is something that the taxpayers of the city of Ypsi should be subsidizing for a corporation, because that's literally what this conversation is about. We have some significant issues, and there's some pushes that the community would like to see council address related to investing in the community. And I don't see how us investing $2 million into a corporation is doing what the constituents of the city of Ypsilanti are asking for. Like there's lots of things that our community is missing out on right now, and ways that we could reinvest in our community and make it safer for people here. And that is, I think part of the big picture. This is not a commuter rail.
Councilor Wilcoxon?
I just wanted to add a couple things. Somebody mentioned that if we don't do this, then the township will. And I think that was certainly a fear when people voted for this. And I've heard that since then in meetings that I participated in. And that's real. You know, I can see people going, well, there it goes again. You know, the city fell down on this, but yet somehow they were able to do this, 5 miles away. Which plays into the whole narrative from the Chrissy people. It was like, well, it's 8 miles. Well, if it's 13 miles, would they be more in favor of that? Would the township be able to give a greater match? All of those things are on the table. And once again, little Ypsilanti is sitting there going like, well, we have limited resources. We need to figure out what's going on with this, and we don't want to miss an opportunity and see it go down the road. And the other point here is that Amtrak is a corporation, but it's federally funded. So it seems kind of like a very strange situation to me that a federally owned train service corporation is coming back to a small city to fund a train stop that we applied to the federal government for a grant to get funding on. So if all the money is coming from the federal government in the first place, this just seems like a way to rake us over the coals, to make us jump through hoops. When, if we're looking for support from people who the federal government, it's just like, it seems like a circuitous route for the federal government to fund something through us that we have to pay for as well. I mean, this doesn't make any sense in terms of an overall structure for funding a business that's owned by the federal government.
I'm going to throw a thought on the floor that 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 this is, I think it's a good discussion, and there's a lot of questions on both sides. You know, it's also pretty clear that nothing is going to happen around a train station for a while, regardless of the mood of this council or the mood of our city. That we will not have the available data to warrant a train station in our a platform in our community for a while. And so what I would suggest is that city council, and then this is just for discussion, excuse me, that we release the funds in our reserves that are set aside for the Amtrak station for now. That we take a portion of it and we set it aside for the dam removal and release the rest of it to the reserves. And that we revisit this after COVID has cleared and we have a clearer sense of what ridership is going to be post-COVID, because the needs of the community may have changed in the next couple of years too. Okay, so that's just kind of a suggestion out there, and we can, you know, if somebody thinks that or something, you know, something like that is going to be sensible, we can vote on it in our next meeting. Councilor Morgan?
How much do we need for the dam removal?
Well, the dam removal is, Kent, can you recall those numbers? It's been a while since I've pulled them out of my head.
Ooh, I'm doing the same thing. My recollection was it was about $1.5 million to $2 million, but I need to confirm that.
More than that. Steve? Councilor Coxon?
I think the last figure that we saw was about $2.8 million to remove the dam. We had set aside $500,000 to start the process in terms of matching for grants. You know, the grant that went into DNR is sitting on hold because of COVID, and that money won't be released. That's not anything based on merit or anything like that. It's just the state is sitting tight on funding for right now, and that will probably take a while as well. But I think it's about $2.8 million. We've put $500,000 aside. You know, the idea of putting all of the $2 million into the general fund and then revisiting this at another time, you know, I'd like to see some of this still reserved, either for this or, you know, leaving it in this fund or putting it in a different fund so that we're not just opening that up. And, you know, that's a lot of cash. So,
yeah.
Councilor, go ahead.
Yeah, I do somewhat agree with Steve. We have it. We can free it up, but I don't think to allocate it makes sense right now. We still are uncertain about the situations of COVID. I think it'd be good to have some reserves still while we are going through this unprecedented time.
Other council members, thoughts, opinions? I myself have an increased sense of urgency about the dam. I don't know about anybody else. Mayor Pro Tem? You're muted, Mayor Pro Tem.
Never mind.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Somerville?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's an increased sense of urgency for some of major infrastructure needs, but I also think that there's some increased urgency for some community programming that could help with a lot of the issues that are going on both locally and nationally. So I think that there are lots of things that we can do, but I think that some funds need to be either reallocated from other areas or from our reserves to talk about how we're going to actually invest in mental health and public safety in ways that we're not currently doing. So I think that should also be part of the conversation. I mean, we have major infrastructure needs that need to be met over the next few years, but we also have some serious, you know, reinvestments that we need to be thinking about just in mental health and public safety. So I think those are also pieces to the puzzle.
Right, 3 bridges and a dam is what I've got on my list, right? Mm-hmm. Not to mention others. All right, are there further thoughts on this? And, you know, I don't expect a specific proposal, but it sounds like council is pretty comfortable with setting this down for a while and revisiting it, and then we can have further discussions about what to do with the funds. Does that sound about right? Okay, cool. Are there any last comments that council would like to make on this? Councilor Morgan?
I just want to thank Kent early in this crew for helping doing all the work on the Christie grant. And we hope that if we get an opportunity to do it again, that you'll be just as forthcoming and working on it. Thanks, Kent.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further comments from council? Thank you very much. That was a very helpful discussion, and I appreciate the passion and thought that council has put into this. Whether or not we do a train platform is less important than meeting the needs of our city overall. And so let's, you know, whether or not we need a train platform is for a long time discussion, I think. I'm going to move into presentations, and Councilor Brown, you have our next proclamation.
Council, just before we go into that, I'm going to share my screen so it can be seen.
Thank you.
Okay. A proclamation in recognition of Juneteenth in the city of Ypsilanti. Whereas on June 19th, 1865 in Galveston, Texas, the last African Americans enslaved in the United States of America were set free 2.5 years after the Emancipation Proclamation, which ended slavery throughout the United States. And whereas the end of slavery produced opportunities for future legislation that would ensure personal freedom, respect, equality, and those basic rights as outlined by the government to be distributed uniformly in a spirit of justice to citizens without partiality or bias. And whereas, in recognition of the suffering endured by those previously enslaved, in honor of those who faced prejudice, and in celebration of those events and people that initiated a progressive shift towards a more unified nation, June 19th is observed as Juneteenth. Whereas this year marks the 155th anniversary of Juneteenth, and whereas it is important for communities locally and abroad to recognize the roles, achievements, and contributions of Black Americans to our society, and honor the ancestral heritage upon whose shoulders many stand. And whereas Juneteenth celebrations held across the United States serve as tools to develop civic respect for people of all cultures, to encourage advancement of education and self-improvement, and motivation for inclusion and equity. And whereas the city of Ypsilanti wishes to acknowledge Juneteenth celebrations that occur throughout the month of June in the state of Michigan and support such activities that promote unity, equality, and education. Now, therefore, the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, duly convened in regular session, does hereby resolve that the City of Ypsilanti recognizes Juneteenth in the City of Ypsilanti, and be it further resolved that the Council of the City of Ypsilanti encourages all residents to participate in those Juneteenth activities that provide not only a sense of community to those within the city, but to all people in observation of unity and respect. And I so move.
It's a proclamation. I don't think it's a.
Yeah, it doesn't. Nope.
And, but a beautifully written one. Thank you very much. Would council like to make comment or add to anything on the proclamation? Councilor Morgan.
I'll do my best to stay calm and not get too passionate. And I'll try to be respectful because I feel like cussing actually. But I will say, Juneteenth, 2015, I was at the basement of the Ypsilanti PD. I was released Juneteenth morning at 6 a.m. I understand that some of these things that go on in this city and every other place is, I appreciate the proclamation. I appreciate these words. I appreciate the sentiments. When you are 5.6% of a national population and you get murdered like dogs in the street, it's hard to recognize some of the positivities. But I'll just say thank you for the proclamation. And being detained and held while some people were on council, it was a whole different council. And the stances people are taking now, they didn't take them then. The way they feel about things now, they didn't have them then. Now they feel a certain way about it. It's cool, but this has been consistent. But I'll just say thank you. Thank you, City of Ypsilanti. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for bringing this out. Thank you for bringing it up. We appreciate you, and we'll do our best to stay humble.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you want to say anything?
Yes, I would just like to say that I am in full agreement with this proclamation. And I think that we have in the past acknowledged, I know that the city has never had a real day of recognition where we had an event. However, those people in Ypsilanti, as I recall, and as long as I've known, have certainly joined in with the Juneteenth event that's been held consistently in Ann Arbor. It was brought together somewhat as a combined event. With what's going on right now, I certainly understand the feelings from Councilmember Morgan, and I recognize that we must make a change. I still agree with the resolution that I read and presented a couple of weeks ago or a month ago when the council approved it. I'd still say it's not a resolution that we can just let sit there on the books. We've got to do something, and we're all going to have time and opportunity. We have it every day to do something. And I still challenge, I don't know if I made this challenge to council, but I make this challenge to council. I made it to the Monday morning group that meets weekly. And that challenge is that we all have biases. We don't want to acknowledge it, but I challenge everyone to look inside, dig deep, acknowledge the biases that you see there, bring them up, face them, and begin to do something about them. That's the only way we're going to make a lasting change in this city, in this state, in this country towards getting rid of racism. And I make that a challenge to council.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Brown.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem's challenge, and I too agree and concur to challenge others to take strides for us to band together and work against racism. In writing this proclamation, I was really honored to do so, because although I totally agree with where Councilmember Morgan is coming from, and the sentiment that this was not necessarily at the forefront of conversation back in those years ago, and that was before my time on council that he was talking about. But I am cautiously optimistic that with all that is occurring in the world, not just in the United States at this point, there are people across the world who are now standing together in solidarity to really uplift and lift up the voices and the stories of Black people, and those who were enslaved. And so the best thing that I can do is, again, to be someone to assist in highlighting all of the really amazing cultural things and special things that Black individuals bring to our society. And I think that recognizing this day and this holiday that I celebrate, it's just really, really important. And I'm really excited that we are able to do that publicly and officially, and hope that maybe, like, Mayor Pro Tem said, we don't have an official thing that the city does, but I look forward to doing that, to have it as a day that we will celebrate as a city and not just necessarily individually in small microcosms around the community. So I'm really pleased to do this today, and I'm excited about celebrating on Friday.
Thank you. Any further comments from council? Mayor, Councilor Coxon.
Thanks for
Yeah,
that's really nice, huh? Wow. Interesting. We do have a lot of work to do. The idea that the city doesn't have a celebration is, I don't want to read too deeply into that, but I hope we can move forward with that symbolically, but also with the challenge from Mayor Pro Tem. I have attended the Juneteenth celebration in Ann Arbor on a number of occasions, and it's an awesome day. There's a lot going on, and it's just it's incredible. And I think we need to do a lot. There's a lot of momentum now that there wasn't in the past, and part of that has to be with the antagonism from a federal level. I'll just leave it at that. But I think we shouldn't lose this momentum and have this fall to the wayside like so many other causes have in the past. And it seems like every few years, there's an escalation and more concern. And this seems like a critical time in our history that there's enough momentum to keep this moving. And there was a executive order from the Rose Garden today about that, and I couldn't stand listening to it. So I hope I can read about what that looks like later. But I think we need to really, harness this momentum and move forward as a city.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, I'd like to, the challenge that I just made, I made it a week ago or 2 weeks ago. And this past Monday, just yesterday, I challenged everyone on that call. And most of the people that are on that call, the majority, are white. But I challenged each one of us on that call to begin to call out racism when we see it. Not just let it happen in front of us and not say anything. I saw a sign in one of the protests as I was watching it, and it really spoke to me. And it said, "Silence is violence." Silence is violence. And I that really spoke to me. If we see something, just like we heard, if you see something, say something. If we see racism, we need to call it out. Many people do things that are very racist without realizing that they're racist. They don't even think in terms of it being a racist act or a racist comment. So we need to remind each other, hey, that's a racist action or that's a racist statement. And I think as we begin to call it out and acknowledge that someone's calling us out, it'll make a difference.
Thank you. Further comments from council? I just want to add for myself that I agree. This is a moment in time where we have momentum and attention and energy and unification around racism for one of the first time I can recall in my life. And I am excited about working with council, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor Pro Tem and our police and our staff on how we can make our city systems around policing and racism better and better. And I think, our meeting on the 23rd is going to be a powerful meeting. I look forward to that meeting. And as well, we're having a town hall, Mayor Pro Tem and the chief and I are having a town hall on the 16th at 7 p.m. that you're all invited to join as well. And to have this—
The 18th.
I'm sorry, the 18th, thank you. To have this very conversation on June 18th. So thank you for this, Councilor Brown, and for all the work that we're doing in the city. I'm very excited about it this time. Councilor Morgan?
I just want to say this. I'm speaking specifically to Chief DeGiusti, because back in 2015, we spoke very frankly. And the problem, I spoke to some of you on this very thread about some of your takes with the lesser citizens. But when me and DeGiusti spoke, we were very face to face. I was very candid with him. I told him I did not like him or what he was doing. I said the same thing to Harshberger in May of 2008. But now when I see DeGiusti, I tell him how wonderful he is doing as a leader of our city. See, that's called honesty and transparency. So when I did not like them, I told them. And now that I said, like, you know what, attitude reflects leadership. I am proud of the stance that you're taking as an individual being the leader of our city. And some of us need to be that honest about what we're doing and how this is playing out. We're talking about the police, but the racism lies within the very walls of our cities, our city hall. And that's where it starts at. And so I think we got to be really honest. And so, and it's okay to say it, because and the first thing to do is to admit it, to move on. And that's it. And so I don't want to get too deep, but I want to say thank you, Tony, because I can be honest with you. Mayor, I spoke to you. We was very honest with each other. And that's the thing. You ain't moving racism without honesty. You're not, without being candid, without getting your feelings hurt, without risking being, because we don't want to be around some of you who think that you're helping. Okay? You the one that scared me, but I'll just leave it there. You scare me more than the police.
Well, thank you for your comments, Councilmember Morgan. And I think that what you said is the key to everything that we're talking about here, is that we have to sit down, have honest conversations, having the hard conversations. Whenever you talk about policing, race, authority, opportunities, all those things make people uncomfortable. And if you're unwilling to have those uncomfortable conversations, you're not going to move the needle ever. So I appreciate what you said. And I appreciate the relationship that we've been able to develop from what was once very tenuous to what I think is something that we can work on moving forward. So I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it.
Councilor Somerville, you had your hand up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that there are a lot of things that we can do as a council, because there's some pretty inherently racist ordinances that we have in our city, like yard ordinances, for example, would be a really good way to tackle some of that people might not think is racist, but it really does negatively impact people. And there are, with the history of redlining in Ypsi, there is a whole sector of the city that gets just disproportionately ticketed. And white supremacy really hurts all of us. So I think that's just a good piece of something that we could actually do relatively quickly that would address some of the systemic racism that's woven into the policies of our own city that we actively participate in as being council members, now addressing some of those. And yard ordinances are just one example of how racist policies impact people, specifically Black people in the city of Ypsi.
Thank you. Any further comments on the proclamation? Congratulations. And let's move on to our next agenda item. And this is City Manager McMullen and Human Resources Director Kim Jones. The floor is yours.
Council, I'll be sharing my screen now.
Okay, thank you. So on tonight, we're just going to give you a brief overview of our plan for reopening and staying safe during this pandemic. As you are aware, we did a reopening on yesterday, which was the 15th. You can go ahead and switch. So through several executive orders from our governor, things were shut down, and these orders were the ones that lifted things. It's just listed there. You can continue. So this is our timeline for City Hall. And then as we go forward, you'll see timeline regarding other areas of the city. But City Hall reopened, and we are operating under a different schedule, a part-time one. We're kind of trying to stair-step our ways back into full opening. It's Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 8 to noon, and Tuesday and Thursday from noon to 4. We're accepting in-person. We have put signage on the floor, which is 6 feet apart for social distancing requirements, so that the public will know. This is something that we feel is very important, the self-screening. We are not screening our employees or our customers when they come in. We do have signage on the door that says what the requirements are, that they must have a mask and that they should not enter if they have certain symptoms. But staff itself is doing a checklist of things, which they are asked about their temperature, their shortness of breath, if they have any flu-like symptoms, any exposures. None of us are health experts and we don't have a nurse on staff, so we are trusting that our employees will police themselves. We've ordered supplies for each department so that they have, we've given them all care packages with masks. And then we've also ordered additional supplies as far as like thermometers and things of that nature, for that each department has what they need. Kim is with me, so I'm gonna ask Kim if there's anything she'd like to share regarding what we are doing for our employees before I go any further.
Thank you, Francis, and good evening, Council. So we're trying to do everything we can to keep our employees safe, and I would like to take this time to thank Council and our City Manager for putting employee welfare, taking that into consideration and allowing us to work remotely during the peak part of the pandemic. And it's good to be back at City Hall, I could tell you that. I was there today and it's good to be back. We were also able to get some N95 masks from Chief Hobbs today for those employees who are at higher risk. I was concerned that they would get exposed, and so now we have special masks for those high-risk individuals, so that's a good thing.
Okay, and also could you just explain to them about employee time, as far as there will not be any loss of time that was accrued?
Sure. So for our employees, they're especially the frontline employees that were working nonstop during the pandemic, there's not going to be any loss of leave time for them. They will carry that over, especially personal time, which expires June 30. They will carry that over into the next fiscal year.
Thank you, Kim. And this is our way, because we were not able to offer them any COVID pay. So we are making allowances for them to still keep their vacation time and things that they have already earned. Next slide, please. So as far as our departments are concerned, oh, I'm sorry, there will be building sign-in sheets. So when you come in, there is a sign-in sheet, and that's so that we can be able to trace everyone that comes in and out of the building, just in case there is, someone does contract COVID. We do know who was in our building, and we know who we need to contact. We'll know if we need to start some mitigation. If things start to spike, at least we know who was in our building. So it's went away in one moment. All right. So all of our floors are open. The fourth floor will be taking appointments only. So there is no more walk-in, appointments only. The building department did start their code enforcement on last week. So they're looking for the yards and things that are out of compliance. And basically they were served a warning, not an actual violation. One person is allowed on the third floor per division, and the divisions on the third floor, again, are building. The DDA office is on the third floor, as well as planning. And we have installed, I'm not sure what they call the light, but there is a light and it's located down in the clerk's office. And so when that light is on, help me remember, that means no one can come up.
Yes, that's correct, Francis.
So, okay. So when the light is on, that means no one can come up. And when the light is not, then that means someone can come up. So that just kind of alerts the staff downstairs if it's okay to send someone up. Okay, next slide. And also, I need to say that on the fourth floor, there have been some shields put up, like for the assessing department, so that there is a shield between the assessor and the customer. And we've encouraged that this happen also in DPS and the other departments, a plastic shield, just so that if there is someone there and they do have an appointment, that they have a shield there, some distance. And that's what this pretty much says, plastic counter shields. Parking has not started and is not due to start until July 6th. But we are going to start warning people that are there just so that they know by placing the notices on their vehicles. Okay, and our tentative reopening, as I said before, is July 6th. And that's our regular business hours, which will be 8 to 5. Next slide. Okay, for our other outside facilities, we have Park Ridge. And so Park Ridge has been affected greatly by the pandemic. And so as a result, they're gonna have to limit their on-site camps that they've had in previous years. So they're gonna offer a 6-week virtual camp. And so it kind of explains what it is for youth 6 to 12, 90 minutes in the morning and a 90-minute session in the afternoon, 4 days a week, starting July 6th. And for on-site programming, they're gonna have 2 temperature checks. They're gonna have masks, hand sanitizer, and washing for the on-site day programming, which is a reading and writing improvement session. That's for Park Ridge. For the senior center, as of today, they're not reopening. They will remain closed for most of their activities, but they're still distributing meals and they're still assisting older adults with the services that they need. So that is still help. They're still loaning out equipment for those in need, and they're working with EMU to help the older generation use technology. Their tentative reopening date is August or September with protocols for health screening and sanitation. All right, and for the pool, they are still working on the bathhouse renovations and they're coordinating their roof replacement and solar components of the project, but they will not be opening this season. There's lots of concerns over social distancing and, you know, just maintaining sanitation in itself with the pool. So that is pretty much where they are. They said there would be significant, excuse me, limited capacity if they were to open, because they do have construction still going on. So it's not likely that the pool will be open. You can go to the next screen. The Freight House. This is very sensitive to us, seeing that we just maintained ownership again, not ownership, but I should say operation of the facility. So this kind of explains where we are right now. We're looking at hosting smaller events for 10 to 75 people. And we're looking at the Zingerman's protocol, how they're running their similar events. So those with existing reservations now that were more than that, we've offered them a refund or the option to reschedule for a future date. Most have chosen to postpone. We do have some requests that we are processing. No event scheduled in June, but we are expecting some private events. We are making reservations now for 2021. If we do receive any requests now, we're limiting it to 75 people. And we're also making sure that they comply with the requirements of CDC for social distancing and masks and things of that nature. Can go on. Okay, so we've developed a pandemic policy for COVID-19, and that's that we're following the Michigan Department of Health guidance, the employees checklist, social distancing, hand washing, face coverings, cleaning of frequently touched surfaces. As a matter of fact, we had the entire building fogged this afternoon just to make sure that the building was sanitized prior to most of the employees coming back. We purchased additional disinfectants. They're all available at City Hall to make sure that all the surfaces are touched up
daily, and department heads have been given a checklist for their employees to make sure that it occurs on a daily basis. Okay, you can go to the next one. I think that, okay. So these are our strategies.
Excuse me, is that the, back to the last guy, the cleaning, is that, you're saying daily? Is that only once a day, or is there going to be in between times? Because you've got people coming and going.
So employees, I'm talking about for themselves, they have a packet for them to keep their areas clean. Now, as far as the ones that are coming downstairs, I believe Andrew has clean pens and dirty pens, things of that nature for the people coming in and leaving. Andrew,
Yes, that's correct. And if I may, we are also, during our open hours, every hour we have disinfectant wipes, and I wipe down all touch surfaces and then clean the pens that had been used.
All right. Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. And so for the other departments, remember that most of them are by appointment. And so everyone has a checklist of what they should do, continue to do to keep their area sanitized. Okay, the next one. Okay, so yes, these are our strategies that we are telling our employees that they should self-screen and follow, go through these measures each day. You can go to the next one. Okay. Kim, if you'd like to go ahead and explain this.
Sure. So also Mayor Pro Tem, we sent out an email recommending that people clean their workspace at least prior to use and before they leave. We're staggering our work schedules and our meals and break periods. And I know we mentioned before we have signage on the floors to keep people separated. If I didn't see much traffic at City Hall today, but I'm sure it'll increase as we move forward. We're still allowing our employees to work remotely. We're encouraging virtual meetings, and we've posted the Families First Coronavirus Response Act. And also we offer an employee assistance program through Alliance. I know this time has been hard for some people. It affects everyone in different ways. So they've got lots of resources free of charge and anonymous for our employees if they want to take advantage of that.
Okay, thank you, Kim. As a last statement, all department heads were reminded on last week, and then again prior to reopening, that all staff should wear a mask. This was including our police and fire and our DPS staff that work out in the field when possible, because I am aware that sometimes police don't have their mask on, and most of the time that's when they're outside. But if they're in, they should have them on. It could be a little bit hard to communicate with their radio and things of that nature with the mask on, so sometimes they may not have it on. But the chief, he's on board with maintaining the safety of our officers as well as the people they interact with. So I kind of wanted to make sure that I put that plug in there in the fire department as well. Is there any questions for us?
I had one question.
Can I have the whole screen again, please? And Andrew? Okay, go ahead, Council Morgan.
I just want to hear like a small, and thank you so much for those. Thanks, Kim. Thank you so much, City Manager. I was just wondering, is there give me a small synopsis. Is there a small preparedness contingency plan just in case numbers spike again, someone calls in City Hall, cough, and we detain them and wrap them up? Like, is there like a backup plan or something just in case things were to get out of order pretty quick? What like, is there a stockpile reserved already to think further and just a little something put aside for rainy days due to the fact of the nature of the uncertainty? I just want to know if there's a quick contingency plan in case something in case of emergency. What would we do if someone came in City Council and just coughed a couple times? Would we, what I'm saying, like something like that, like it'd cause a little panic? So what do you think?
So if you're talking about employees, we are trusting the employees to, as I said, police themselves. However, if an employee were to feel that they were endangered by another employee that was coughing, the protocol is to contact HR. And we do that right now. And HR would probably suggest that they go home. Now,
I'm sorry, City Manager. Not the employees, like July 6th when we open up and get back to regular council meetings and we're in space with each other. Not the employees. I kind of entrust the employees to police themselves, no pun intended. But I definitely think they can manage themselves. But I'm saying, like, we're in a city council meeting, and somebody cough on the microphone during open 3 meetings to speak in. Somebody cough on somebody next to them. Like, are we planning to? Are there any protocols in place? I don't know what they could be. I'm just asking.
Right. So I've been discussing this with our clerk about when we open back up. So the Open Meetings Act says we have to allow public input. However, we could limit our capacity due to COVID. I mean, we only have 75 that's allowed anyway. So I believe at that point, we're going to be at half capacity. And I also believe that we can adopt a policy that talks about how many people can show up in person. I know Ann Arbor will only allow 3 public speakers. I'm sorry, take that back. They take 3 by phone and 3 for person. Okay. And that's to actually show up and speak. But we can tailor ours to say we take 3 by, you know what I mean?
Okay.
3 by phone or something of that nature. And it's all because we have to contain the number of people that we have without denying them their public input. So
we don't have a hotline. We don't have a hotline yet, like right now.
But we've been talking about ways to allow the public to still have access to the meeting. But if someone is coughing and they're at
I'm jumping out the way. I'm already under my desk.
I'm definitely going to be looking to our mayor, who does a very good job in facilitating our meetings, because we can't say you need to leave.
Councilor
Simmons, offer them a mask. I'm not really sure on that one, but that is something we should talk about.
I don't know. Councilor Simmons?
Wait.
Yeah. So thank you, Kim and City Manager, for your efforts on this. Much appreciated. When we do have our first, council meeting and kind of going forward, right, I do think it would behoove us to put some more, some other measures in place. I mean, and you correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the things at City Hall that happen are kind of transactional. So people are there in a limited period of time, and it's usually shorter, and then you can limit people. But in the city council chambers, really for any meetings we have, we're there for quite a long period of time in this closed-in area that I would say doesn't necessarily have the best circulation. And so I think we really should highly consider limiting, the amount of people who can attend in person, but obviously we have to be able to comply with the Meetings Act. And so, broadcasting our stuff and making maybe, another space available too for people to view if they, I don't know, but, so definitely kind of implementing those things. I think, obviously masks should be required by everybody who would be in chambers. And then, doing this, like there's this kind of 4 standard screening questions I know we're using, like at the university, and it's probably the same ones, right, that you're using for employees, but maybe we should have someone asking those for people coming in, kind of, and then we're even doing, temperature checks for people coming into buildings, for employees. So anyway, there's different things to consider, but again, I do appreciate your thoughtfulness, and I think we should maybe be a little bit more stringent, with the council meetings and other meetings, just because of the nature of the length of time and people being kind of together. So, but thanks again, appreciate it.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Council Member Simmons touched on it. I was just going to ask the question, will not everyone be required to wear a mask? That's not being lifted July 6th, that, people that are, if you're inside, you're required. So everyone coming into council meeting would be required to wear a mask into the chat.
You can't make someone who says that they can't, maybe for medical reasons or things like that, we're going to be seeking advice from Mr. Barr about how to do that.
I hope
At
so.
least have
Yeah.
some teeth in it, but from my understanding is that you can't turn someone away because they don't. Am I right, Mr. Barr?
You're right, Francis.
I am, okay.
Sorry, I'm not Mr. Barr, but that's absolutely correct.
Yes,
There's no
I'm
teeth in
Mr.
that.
Barr, and yes, I think that's correct, and we'll look further into it.
And council, if I may, we are actually having a discussion later in the agenda about once we return to normal meeting structure. But I will say that we are going to, maintain the 6 feet of social distancing. We're going to encourage people to make comment by phone. I'm looking for possibilities and somehow tying in the Zoom function into our live stream. However, I'm not certain that we can do it, but we're examining different ways to allow people to participate from more remotely. Perhaps even emailing or providing written comment prior to the meeting that could be read into the record. But we are also talking about that later on the agenda.
Thank you, Clerk Kalenga. And based on that, let's go back to the city manager's presentation about the city opening, and then we'll address open meetings under that agenda item. So any further questions or comments about the very thorough and effective plan that staff is presenting to us tonight?
Just thank you for your work. It is very thorough, very thorough.
I just want to commend staff in general for keeping the safety of staff and our citizens uppermost in your minds in everything that we've done. And I want to just say that this is going to continue for a long time, and I'm looking forward to our city being a strong leader in continuing best practices around preventing COVID in our community through our modeling it and through our using it and insisting on its use when we engage with the public and for our staff. So thank you very much. I'm going to move on to the next agenda item. And this is, I'm sorry, Councilor Coxon.
Would it be possible to have a break in the next 10 minutes?
We've only been meeting for an hour and 40 minutes.
Well, at 8 o'clock.
Second that.
That's fine. I'm just suggesting that.
Is that a motion? Is that make a motion?
All right. I hear the request, and after our next agenda item, we'll take a 10-minute break. Okay? All right, cool. So, so this is a ordinance with a public hearing. So, would staff like to introduce it, and then we'll open the floor to public comment. And I'd also like to invite Tiffany to be a panelist, please, at this time, so she can answer questions from U of M Credit Union. Andy, the floor is yours, I believe.
Hey everybody. I'll read the resolution into the record, and so I'm going to share my screen while I do that. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the city has an interest in protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the community, and whereas the city has an adopted master plan that reflects the policies, goals of the city, and whereas the Planning Commission has recommended the City Council deny the proposed ordinance changes, now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council deny the ordinance titled Drive-Through Financial Services in Center Zoning Districts.
So move.
And moved. Is there a second of support for discussion? Councilor Coxon. All right, thank you. I'd like to, Andy, would you like to add anything to this before we open the floor for public comment?
Yeah, good evening, Council. I'm just here to explain kind of the request at hand and Planning Commission's recommendation and findings. Just summarizing things real quick. I don't want to go through my staff report or anything like that word for word, but I just want to explain that center zoning districts allow for credit unions and banks, but they explicitly prohibit the drive-in or drive-through facilities aspect as part of these uses. This text amendment would make the drive-in or drive-through facility permissible as a special land use in center districts, meaning Planning Commission would have that authority to authorize it. Eastern Michigan University Credit Union submitted this request. I also want to remind you and emphasize that this is a zoning text amendment. It's not a rezoning of a singular property. This amendment would affect all of center zoning. The applicant does intend to utilize this amendment towards one center zone property, but again, this could have the potential to affect all of center zoning, so West Cross Corridor, Depot Town, and historic downtown. Just summarizing the recommendation. So at the May 20th Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission made that recommendation to deny with a 6-1 vote. They incorporated a set of findings. As staff, we wrote about some of these findings in our staff report. You may have referenced that in your packet. Their recommendation was in alignment with the staff report. And overall, these findings are backed by the master plan, the intent of the zoning ordinance, and our planning priorities to increase walkability, keep an urban form in our 3 urban districts, reduce pedestrian vehicle conflicts, and improve our city's environmental sustainability, such as reducing vehicle emissions and reducing impervious surface. We've also analyzed that there's opportunities for drive-throughs. Drive-throughs are not being excluded from the city. Almost 25% of all non-single family zoned properties have the potential to permit drive-through. Planning Commission made a couple of comments during their deliberations. Notably was one regarding consistency and how other drive-through uses are allowed in our zoning ordinance. For example, our zoning ordinance does not allow fast food drive-throughs or restaurant drive-throughs in center districts. Therefore, the commission emphasized they don't want to possibly create any precedents here. They have fears this amendment could encourage a future amendment for fast food or restaurant drive-throughs in center districts. So yeah, in summary, again, the recommendation was to deny. I can go through the findings if you'd like, but those were provided in the packet. I'm open to any questions. Thanks.
I'd like to open the floor for public comment first, and then Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to come to council after that. So is there comment or questions from the public? You have 3 minutes on this topic. Okay, Robert, Bob, thank you. You've raised your hand. Please state your name for the record, and got 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Bob Hoyt of Hobbs & Black Associates. We're the architects on this project. And there were a couple of discussions that I wanted to speak directly to. This site, there's a lot of things in the master plan. And to me, a master plan gives direction for future development and isn't necessarily specifically exclusive. One of the things we talked about at some length at the city council or the planning commission meeting, was that this site is somewhat unique in that in some of our discussions with the planning department, there was talk about rezoning this property as opposed to getting a text amendment. Rezoning would certainly do that, but one of the things that was discussed was the lack of desire to do spot zoning. This particular district, the small district at East EMU, is one that's kind of isolated, if you will. It's a small district that's, it's got center zoning, but is somewhat unique. It's that it's not Depot Town and that it's not, in fact, downtown. It's its own little district that relates to Eastern Michigan. So there's really 3 things that make this site a little bit unique. And first one, Andrew, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Hellinga, sharing some of the pieces that we sent in earlier. Specifically, if you could start on page 5, the site plan. Thank you. Site is somewhat unique in that it is in that small district. If we were to move 2 blocks to the east, 4 blocks to the west, we'd be in a commercial corridor where, in fact, a drive-through bank facility would be allowed. So that it's in this small district that is isolated, if you will. And certainly it seemed to us that allowing this as a special use would in fact give the Planning Commission enough control to say that they could recognize that. The fact remains that the zoning ordinance specifically excludes that possibility. Certainly the second thing is the building and site itself. The building is, we're talking specifically about sustainability. And we recognize that the city of Ypsilanti is concerned about creating and maintaining a sustainable city and environment. One of the most important concerns being considered today is the amount of energy that goes into constructing a new building or remodeling a building. So this building was actually constructed as a drive-through banking facility or credit union facility several years ago. It's not currently being used as that, but it actually had a drive-through at the time, obviously before the master plan and city and zoning ordinance probably entailed this. But there's a tremendous amount of energy that goes into building a building, and certainly tearing it down and starting over as a new development would in fact give us some, obviously a lot of energy will be used in doing that that doesn't necessarily need to be doing. So one of the things that we realize that people are going to ask is, well, why not move this site 2 blocks to the west if that's the case, or 2 blocks to the east if that's the case? And really the answer to that is this is a very unique building type. It's certainly tailored to this particular development, and we don't want to necessarily go and find another site, tear a building down, but use one that's already tailored for this particular use. The third is really how the evolution, if you will, of retail and service establishments. Certainly convenience is of utmost important. We talked at length about how COVID is affecting retail, and in general, how Amazon is affecting retail, and banking is in a way a retail service. The effects of COVID may be short term, they may be longer term, they may affect retail development for a long time. But certainly the ability to serve, and Tiffany, I'm sure we'll talk about this, to serve their customers in the safest way possible and the most convenient way possible is important to all of their customers. And those are the 3 things that I really wanted to highlight tonight that are important in terms to talk about why, in fact, especially use in this district, particularly this site. And we didn't do all on this site in great length. We kept it generic, but certainly this site has got enough unique things about it that should allow, I think, consideration for a special use.
Thank you, Bob. And Tiffany, you've got your hand up, and please introduce yourself and speak to this, please.
Yeah,
thank you. The proposal, by the way. I mean, the diagrams today.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor Bashert, and thank you, City Council. University of Michigan Credit Union is delighted to be able to speak to you about this opportunity this evening. As the Eastern Michigan University Credit Union is a division of the University of Michigan Credit Union, and we're serving over 100,000 members. Nearly 13,000 Ypsilanti residents are being served by the credit union. And in 2019, we closed our Ypsilanti location that was on Genesis, knowing that we would be purchasing this cross street branch and that we'd be able to serve our Ypsilanti members at this cross street location. The traffic from the Genesis branch moved to our new Carpenter Road location. And right now, given that most of our branches are, only our branches with drive-thrus are open right now, we're serving over 200 individuals at their Carpenter Road location. And we hear from our Ypsilanti members that they really want the drive-thru back, they really want the Ypsi location back. And so we're excited to be able to come up with a win-win solution. We sent over the documentation. I think Clerk Hellinger has it. I'm not sure because I can't tell on my screen if you were able to put it up there, but we really feel that the warm, branded, retail, transparent feel that we're proposing to renovate the cross street location at hand, as well as the drive-through, is a win-win for the members of Ypsilanti. The drive-through, we used to only think about it as convenience. That as you were coming into work or leaving from work on your way home, that you could swing through a drive-through to do your banking. COVID has taught us that not only is it a matter of convenience, but it's also a matter of safety. Right now, our branches, during the pandemic, only our branches with drive-throughs have been open. and we've heard from our members that the drive-throughs have been significant. And so we really feel that in building new branches, that we have to have a drive-through associated with them. And as it pertains to the text amendment that is before you, our intention was to, as we spoke with Andy, our understanding and intention was to go the route that made the most sense in order for us to get approval. And our thought process was that we were submitting for a text amendment that would allow us to ask for a special use permit. But not that it would change everything that you have in your zoning, but that it would grant us the ability to ask for this special use here at the location. And as Bob mentioned, this used to be a financial institution with a drive-through location. So, we're really looking for a win-win for the city as well as for our membership and our new members that we know that we'll be able to serve. Right now, we have a location in the Student Center of Eastern, but again, that's more convenient for people that are already on campus, where we know that this will serve the residents of Ypsilanti that are heading west, that are leaving campus. And so, again, we just really feel that this would be a win-win for the city as well as for our membership. And so we're very open to have dialogue about it, to be able to determine what the city feels best. As Bob mentioned, if we were, I think, a block west, we wouldn't have a need for this discussion. So I'm happy, and I thank you, Mayor Bashert, for being able to allow me to be on the panel to answer any questions. So I'll turn it over for any questions.
Thank you. Council, it's now time for discussion and questions. Who has questions or thoughts? Councilor Moore.
Mayor,
Do we have to close the public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. I apologize. Thank you. Is there a motion to close public comment?
So moved.
Support.
Okay, it's been moved and supported. Clerk Kalenga, please call the roll.
Councilman Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson,
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mayor Bashert,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Now I want to open up the floor for council questions and comments, discussion. Wow.
Annie had her hand.
I have my hand raised.
Oh, I apologize. Councilor Somerville, then Councilor Simmons.
Yeah, I guess my overall takes on this, it's a little confusing because this is an amendment to our zoning ordinance. It's not us approving a site plan for this bank. So I just want to make sure to verbalize that for folks watching at home. I think it's pretty important to I mean, my takeaway from the notes I got from the Planning Commission's meeting is that this totally goes against our master plan update, both the most recent. I was at pretty much every single public input session, and walkability was heavily discussed, and it continues to be a heavy topic of discussion anytime I'm around lots of residents in the city. It's something that's always talked about on social media. We're constantly trying to figure out how to make the city more walkable, especially that area of campus. I can speak to this as being a former student who would be crossing the street near that area. It's already pretty unsafe. I think this adds into some additional obstacles on safety. I also think it's important to note that this is an entirely separate institution from the university, even though it's the EMU credit union on the name. But just as a former student and someone who used to walk to class when I lived over on Summit and would, you know, typically walk through that area, it's already pretty difficult for students in terms of safety and navigating. So I think all the points that the Planning Commission brought up are pretty significant. And I think that the whole point of having a Planning Commission and having representation from across the city is so that we're accurately representing what residents want and taking into consideration, because the master plan is pretty significant. And there was a lot of time and effort that went in to develop the whole idea and perception around walkability. And this just seems completely unreasonable to open up the access for other businesses that might want to do this, but also, you know, it does set off an effect where restaurants could potentially want to do this, and it would be kind of difficult to say no if we're going to allow it for this, why not that? I think in general, like moving forward, especially as we start to look into the future of both public transit and making people feel more comfortable walking and biking, this totally goes against all of that. So conversations that have been going on, you know, for really the last decade in Ypsi, goes against everything that people have been putting all of their effort into. So I think the Planning Commission did a really good job at portraying that whole side effect of what this would do. So yeah, I'm definitely not supporting this.
Thank you. Further comment? Mayor Pro Tem, is that your hand or? No?
Actually, I was. Well, it is. Okay.
It's Councilor Simmons, then Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Okay. I really thought.
I'm sorry, Councilor Simmons, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh.
Okay.
Thanks. So yeah, so I'm torn about this. I mean, I think I understand why a bank wants to have, or a credit union wants to have, a drive-through. I mean, I think that's a lot of how the business is done today in banking, and it's convenient. And so it's a another kind of value add, I think, for services and, you know, offerings, particularly in the days of COVID now, where we're trying to distance and things.
Somebody's dog is hissing.
Yeah, it's my dog is really sad when I. Sorry.
Well,
she only acts up when you know, I'm on Zoom. She's sad because I'm not paying attention to her. But anyway, as I was going to mention, so I'm torn about this, because also it's about the district where it's at, the use, and so you know, in talking, I consulted with my favorite planner, Bonnie Wessler, to ask some questions. And, you know, I asked her about drive-throughs in general, and she was saying, you know, that they're generally considered to be kind of unfriendly to pedestrians, and that's a heavy pedestrian area. And it's actually a rather small lot as well. And so that's kind of where I have concerns, I guess, about, you know, putting this in. So anyway, I'm not sure. I'm still kind of weighing this over. Like I said, I have a lot of mixed feelings, and the master plan is something really important. You know, and but changing this as an ordinance is kind of a concern as well. So I kind of have mixed feelings, as I mentioned.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay. Councilmember Morgan's hand was not up earlier at the same time as Councilmember Somerville. I think his hand was up before mine.
I apologize. Councilor Morgan, Mayor Pro Tem, to you.
That's cool. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I appreciate it. The Key Bank has a drive-through when it was a Key Bank. The Washington Credit Union that I'm a part of has a drive-through right over here on Michigan Avenue. And there's an ATM on the Bank of Ann Arbor, and if somebody pull it right up, it'll be a drive-through mechanism also. And I know the one that they're talking about in question. Drive-through banking is necessary. No one's walking up to ATMs, really. I mean, I think in our vehicles by ourselves during COVID is a very safe way to do money transactions. I'm not saying it should interrupt our master plans, but we can't minimize how important drive-through banking is. I mean, it's all around our city. Every bank basically had them in mind when they created their buildings. It's a part of, I mean, you got walk up, you got drive through, and you got ATM. Those are just three different functions of service. So I understand the necessity to make it various ways to get money. So I'm kind of torn too, because I don't want the master plan's vision to be thwarted by, you know, a business, you know, attempting to maximize, you know, profits and connections with our city. And again, in the building in question, I already had it. So what I'm talking to Andy. Andy, is that key bank, when you think about a center zone, can you give me a basic definition of a center zone?
Yeah, so center zone is essentially the most dense, most built up urban feel.
Why got to be urban though? What does that mean?
Just buildings close to the road, a streetscape that's walkable, multi-stories, mixed use in many places. And regarding the key bank and the other one right next to City Hall, I think Ann Arbor Credit Union, those are non-conforming uses actually. So if they were initiated prior to the zoning ordinance, if they ever discontinued, as our ordinance stands now, they would have to go away permanently. So.
Okay, well that's consistent. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilor Simmons.
Well, I will admit my bias on this because that is my bank, and I've been very upset with them since they moved from Genesis, and I have to drive to essentially Ann Arbor to get to the bank out on Carpenter Road. That we have, I'm going to bring up one that Council Member Morgan did not mention. There was a drive-through on Washington right across, right next door to the beer cooler, and right next door between the beer cooler and the thrift shop. It's right where the farmer's market is now. That was a drive-through bank. So was that also non-conforming, Andy?
From my understanding, yes. And if it's, if it's not there anymore, then it's.
Well, the whole bank closed down. Yeah.
Yeah. So
okay.
So if it's been closed for more than a year, it wouldn't be able to initiate their drive-through use.
Okay. Now, could this particular bank, they just did not, they applied for an amendment to the zone rather than asking for special use for that particular site? Could they apply for special use?
So that would be the next steps if this zoning ordinance amendment is passed, is then UMCU would need to then apply for their special use permit after this.
Okay, they can't apply for special use unless the amendment is added. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Thank you. Councilor Wilcoxon?
Actually, it's supposed to be me next. Sorry.
No, no, I'm sorry. It's Councilor Wilcoxon was first, then you, Councilor Simmons.
Okay.
Okay.
This is an interesting issue. The predating drive-through kind of is being used here. It's not a drive-through anymore, and it hasn't been a drive-through for a very long time. A couple questions are whether they'll be interested in this building if it doesn't have a drive-through. They're saying that they don't have, that they're not building new branches without drive-throughs. My take on this is that drive-throughs are environmental hazards that should have never been implemented in the first place. It's just like these things came in a time when people weren't thinking about these things, but they're idling cars, they're using gas, putting out pollution in a closed environment, a very close environment. And I get the safety issue for COVID, but I do not use drive-throughs ever. So to me, this isn't a convenience at all. I mean, I don't use drive-throughs for anything. I walk up and I talk to people inside and I get to know them and they know my face when I go into the place. I just, there's the safety issues, how substantial are those? I don't know. But we've got two different bodies that are charged with giving us information and making recommendations, and they're both overwhelmingly saying not to do this. So the question to me is, I don't see a need for it. I really don't, and I know that people really like these things and they could put multiple ATMs outside and have the same purpose of not having people inside and that kind of safety. And it's slightly more work to get out and do that ATM, but you know, for me, drive-throughs are useless. I just have no use for them. And they're an environmental hazard. So my question is, why can't they build this thing without a drive-through? It's still going to attract people. I love the idea of having a bank back in my place, and it is my bank. So I'm kind of disappointed that they're pushing this. So.
Counselor Simmons, and then Counselor Brown, we haven't had a chance to hear from you. You're the only council member, so I'm going to call on you next. Why not? Okay, Counselor Simmons.
I had a question for Andy. So trying to draw on my previous zoning board of appeals experience. And so they, beyond this, I mean, right, there's a special use aspect, but they likely would have to ask for a variance from the 100 feet from a CN district provision. Is that correct?
Correct. They
Okay.
would also need a variance from that.
Right. They'd also need, one of the things they need to show is that there was some kind of unique hardship. And it sounds like, you know, I'm not sure that they'd be able to show that. So we could end up very well, you know, saying, yes, you can do this. And then again, you know, they still have a few hurdles to go through. And it seems like, you know, that one could be a really tough hurdle to overcome. And so we could be changing this, you know, for other things. And then, you know, again, it ends up being kind of a moot point. Is that accurate? Seem correct? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor
I
Brown.
didn't hear his answer.
Oh. You didn't hear his answer?
I guess
I
that
didn't hear his
I know
answer
that's
to
for me.
Councilmember Simmons.
So
Yeah, there are various challenges. You know, you bring up a good point about the proximity to CN. Right behind it is CN zone, which is primarily a residential zone. There is a distance requirement from them, and there's also screening requirements that would probably be rather thoroughly installed along those property lines, even if that variance was granted. So, yeah, there's a couple different levels to this.
So Brown, we're calling you next.
Yeah. So yeah, I think my main question is one that Councilmember Wilcoxon asked about, you know, if we don't allow for this text change in the zoning ordinance, would the bank just not want to utilize the building if there's no drive-through? Like I'm confused about what the options are on both sides of that, but also just my personal opinion, I don't necessarily support adding the drive-through piece. I think about originally when I saw this in the packet, yeah, walkability for students. And I mean, I cross the street there pretty often because I'm in school right now at EMU again, and it's already hectic and sometimes dangerous. And so adding more, car traffic, I think in a spot that I honestly think is a huge blind spot, if I'm picturing it correctly when I'm coming out that way, I'm just not necessarily for safety purposes even in favor of adding that much more traffic by car in the area. So unless there's a super substantial reason other than COVID, which, I get it, but other banks have things in place where, you come in and there's distancing and all those things like that to take care of business as well. So, I mean, I support what the Planning Commission's, ideas and their decisions are.
Councilor Morgan, then Mayor Pro Tem.
I was just going to echo what Councilwoman Brown said, that regardless of what I think or feel, I trust the expertise of our staff and I'll support their wishes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't like using drive-throughs either. I didn't use the drive-through on Genesis, and I certainly don't like the fact that I have to go through the drive-through now on Carpenter Road. It's really time-consuming. And however, I'm conflicted in as to whether or not this is going to decide whether or not they move back to Ypsilanti. If they are not, I thought I heard the person presenting talk about the cost of building and that they did not want to take on building a new building, but so I'm really kind of torn by it. I do want to see them back in the city of Ypsilanti. I think that they, not just for my convenience, but I think that it would enhance the city to have another financial institution in the city.
Thank you. I just want to say that I'm also, very conflicted about this because the master plan is a vitally important document of ours, and we work a lot on it, and it's a very important guiding principle. I actually find the discussion about walkable to be in favor of the bank and the drive-through, because the nearest bank, U of M Credit Union, is 6 miles away. And nobody's going to walk there. Nobody's going to bike there. We're going to, this would give us the local bank for the folks that use it. And that's a lot of students, which would also reduce emissions and reduce, all that jazz. I think my experience outside of COVID is that credit union drive-throughs are not used a ton. That said, I know that right now we're going through an unusual experience with it. I am conflicted because I know staff works really hard on trying to keep our policies, honor our policies that the city has worked very hard on to put together. And so, but I, the walkable, bikeable thing is really in favor of the bank as far as I can see. And by the way, Councilor Coxon, you are not a demographically representative user of banks and drive-ins, and I appreciate your passion for biking and running everywhere. And I just want to comment that, and I appreciate that's your experience and your pattern. I'm not sure that represents the people in your constituency. Councilor Somerville.
Oh, I mean, I guess people can walk and bike to the bank that already exists on campus. For, I guess, start, and then also this, like, just because Steve doesn't go through drive-throughs doesn't mean that drive-throughs aren't bad environmentally, which also goes against our sustainability focus in our master plan. And we also are in the process of updating our sustainability master plan. So and walkability is in that. So I guess, like, the whole purpose of making the community safer for people to bike and walk is to factor in safety, and that is not going to be safe right there. So I don't know. Folks can walk and bike to the student center, as far as I'm concerned, or they can still have a bank there without a drive-through. I don't understand why we're letting a bank bully us into changing our zoning ordinance for something that might not even be able to happen.
Bully is a strong word. All right, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilor Wilcoxon.
They're saying that they will only come if they have a drive-through. So
Wilcoxon.
Wilcoxon was first.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Wilcoxon.
Oh, yeah, anyway, I am an anomaly. I'll give you that, but it doesn't change the environmental impact of having idling cars sitting there all the time. There are a lot of people in Ward 2 that would prefer to bike there, and again, it's holding us over a barrel. It's just like, if they are really that community oriented, then why wouldn't they, comply with the ordinances and the planning of the community that they're coming into? It's my bank. It's been my bank the entire time I've lived in Michigan, and this just seems kind of weird to me. I mean, that it's there, but the people who do drive to the bank can still drive to the bank without a drive-through. So it's not a question of how you get there. It's a question of what's going on when you get there, and people are perfectly capable of driving to that bank and going inside and doing that without sitting there letting their car idle for whatever number of minutes while they're sitting there. And they're talking about using this building as is, but then they send us these diagrams of remodels to the building. It doesn't look like, it just looks like it's kind of facial stuff to the outside, but at the same time, it's just like, people can drive to this bank whether there's a drive-through or not. So it's not a matter of how you get there.
I just want to make a comment to something that Councilperson Somerville said. She said that there is a bank, already, that they're already on campus, but that's inside. And I don't know if you've parked at Eastern since they've changed their parking. It's $3.50 an hour. So I don't think that is totally out of question for me to try to go to the bank by driving and parking so that I could go in to the student center. Don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bank should offer validations for that.
Counselor Morgan, thank you.
Thank you so much. I do think we haven't given any consideration to those who are elderly and those who are sick and those who can't walk, really, who can drive. And so they must have a place also. We have to be those who handicap accessible, and cars can do that. And I'm saying, I think we got enough information to call the question also. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Brown.
Oh, no, I was going to move to call the question.
Okay, there's a motion to call the question. Is it seconded?
I second.
Okay. Clerk Kalenga, please call the roll on call the question.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Mayor Bashert.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxon.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Clerk Kalenga, call the roll on the question, which is a yes vote denies the request, a no vote allows the request. So just for clarification.
Thank you for that clarity, Mayor.
Councilmember Morgan.
See how fast I forgot? Yes, I vote yes. Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Mayor Bashert.
Pass.
Councilmember Wilcoxon.
Yes to deny.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson.
No.
Mayor Bashert.
Yes.
Motion carries 6 yes, 1 no.
Thank you.
Mayor, can we take that break that Steve had
Go
asked
for a
about?
break.
Yes, it's 8:18. I'm going to call us back at 8:25. That's 7 minutes. You believe. All right, discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Kalenga, please call the roll.
All right. Mayor Bashert.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxon.
Yes.
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville. Mayor Pro Tem Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan. Councilmember Simmons. 4 yes and 3 absent.
Thank you. All right. Moving along, Resolution 2021-34, Smart Zone LDFA request.
Do you want me to go through it, or do you want to have Andrew read the resolution
Let's
first?
read it into the record and then you can go into it, please.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the Economic Development Administration's mission is to lead the federal economic development agenda by promoting innovation and competitiveness, preparing American regions for economic growth and success in the worldwide economy. And whereas the EDA solicits applications from applicants in order to provide investment that support construction, non-construction, planning, technical assistance, and revolving loan fund projects under EDA's Public Works Program and EAA program. And whereas the LDFA has a goal to establish a connected high-tech ecosystem with infrastructure, whereas an integral part of this goal is the connection of the Ann Arbor Downtown Tech Park with the City of Ypsilanti and the American Center for Mobility. Whereas the City of Ann Arbor has already installed conduit and fiber in the downtown area, which could be leveraged, but with little exception, the system is full and cannot handle additional needs. Whereas the installation of a robust conduit and fiber system linking downtown Ann Arbor to Ypsilanti, running through the Ypsilanti Township and Pittsfield Township, will leverage existing infrastructure investments and make it easier for a company to innovate and grow. And whereas Ann Arbor Spark, in partnership with its local partners in the city of Ann Arbor, city of Ypsilanti, Ypsilanti Township, Pittsfield Township, will file an application for the Ann Arbor Ypsilanti Fiber and Conduit Network Backbone with the EDA under funding opportunity number PWEAA 2020 requesting $3 million. And whereas the Ann Arbor Ypsilanti Smart Zone will provide a match of $600,000 to construct the Ann Arbor Ypsilanti Fiber and Conduit Network Backbone, which will be used as a matching grant funds that are a cash match that is readily available and unencumbered. And whereas Ann Arbor Spark will be the lead applicant with City of Ann Arbor, City of Ypsilanti, Ypsilanti Township, and Pittsfield Township as the co-applicants. And whereas Ann Arbor Spark will administer the grant, and whereas City of Ypsilanti will not incur any costs associated with construction of the fiber and conduit network backbone. Whereas Ypsilanti representatives of the affected taxi units will be given an opportunity for public comment and an informational meeting held on a date yet to be determined. And now therefore be it resolved that the Spark CEO, Paul Curtico, is the authorized representative on behalf of the EDA grant and is authorized to sign any and all documentation related to the grant.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I so move.
Councilor Brown, seconded by Councilor Simmons. Thank you. All right, now, Joe, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. The city has 2 seats on the LDFA. We used to have 3 until, I want to say last year, when we realized our bylaws were out of compliance. So once I was taken off the LDFA, I have been sitting on there as an advisory board member from the city to represent the city's interests. The Economic Development Administration is a very weird organization that supplies grants from the federal level. And it's a very challenging organization to actually apply for grants from. And they typically like to use people they have worked with before. That is how Spark got involved. In talking with the LDFA board, the LDFA, their main mission is to provide public infrastructure to help with the digital economy. And so one of the really huge aspects of this project, if it gets funded, is to actually allow the city to own the fiber going through the city. So this could be a potential revenue generating thing in the future, as well as it'll give us control of what we can do. And it will also help connect the city of Ypsilanti with the American Center for Mobility, as well as the city of Ann Arbor. And so it's a very, very positive project. It actually costs the city nothing, because all of the revenues that come to the LDFA are actually supplied from the city of Ann Arbor. So it's really a very much a win-win granting opportunity.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Meyers? Discussion among council? Comments? Thank you. Seeing none, Clerk Halenga, please call the roll.
Councilmember Wilcoxon?
Yes.
Councilmember Brown?
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson?
Sorry, yes.
Councilmember Morgan?
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons?
Yes.
Mayor Bashert?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Clerk Halenga, can you read the next resolution into the record, and 2020-135, and these are 21-135 and 136 are both related and integral, I would imagine. So go for it with 135 and we'll continue through the discussion.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti wants to ensure staff has the necessary IT equipment and support to do their jobs effectively. And whereas the city has been notified previously of severe security deficiencies in its IT environment, and whereas the city has extensively researched its options and requested proposals from managed IT services and received several competitive bids to consider. And whereas the city seeks to extend a 6-month contract with Washtenaw County to ensure a smooth migration of services to a managed service provider at a cost not to exceed $86,496.86. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council accept the contract extension provided by Washtenaw County.
I move.
It's been moved. Simmons.
Support.
Okay. Thank you. Who would like to talk with us about this from staff? City manager?
Chris Jacobs.
Sure, I will. I'll introduce Christopher, who's going to give us the details about this. But this is a project that the city's been looking into for a couple of years now. I think it started with City Manager Lang, and then it was carried over. And so now we are finally here. Staff went through an RFP process where we solicited requests for bid to provide our own IT for our own self, basically. We've been contracting through Washtenaw County, and we weren't completely satisfied with our product, so we went out to bid, and today what you will see explained to you is the results of that bid. Staff interviewed and actually looked at reference all of those that applied, and we have chosen a particular provider, and so staff is going to take you through that process at this time and answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you.
Christopher, take it away.
Hey, good evening, Council. Thank you, City Manager, for the introduction of the issue. For those new on Council, and we have a lot of new faces, the city and the county have had a relationship since about 2006, where the county treats the city just like a department in its own operations. And so our services, our infrastructure, they're all shared and provided by the county, but there is no logical separation. And that's provided some security challenges in the past. And those security challenges were identified in the ABBA data report. And that kind of kicked off a real serious investigation into a migration of services in about 2018. And so since 2006, we've seen around the state these managed service providers popping up, and a lot of municipalities choosing to cut costs by eliminating their in-house services or relationships with entities like the county in favor of these private managed services companies. And so the price of our contract with the county, it continues to go up yearly. And we retain little to no control of the network equipment, software applications, security protocols, or backup. And we're really considering 4 sites: the police department, the fire department, the DPS, and the city hall. And there hasn't always been great services, particularly at places like DPS, where they've got really spotty internet and can't get the applications needed to do the jobs like doing traffic signal control. We've tried to address that through the administration with the county, and they would agree, and in conversations with them, it's best for us to migrate. And so they've been, really curious about our process for selecting a new vendor, and really willing to provide the due diligence information needed to identify the current IT environment and what it takes to get to a new managed service provider where we own all of the infrastructure, and we have better control of our security systems, and which applications we need to do our jobs. And so to ensure a smooth 6-month transition, the Washtenaw County IT department has offered this contract extension. It is an increase year over year for the same services as we've continued to see. And we don't believe it'll take 6 months. The Dew Point managed service provider that we will be talking about with the next resolution really thinks that this due diligence phase could take, 3 or 4 months, not 6 months. But we want to make sure we've got a solid window in there so there's no interruption to people, staff, and how they do their jobs. So that's a synopsis of it. Glad to answer any questions or describe the process in more detail when we talk about Dew Point.
Thank you. Councilor Brown.
Thanks, Chris, and thank you, City Manager, for introducing this. So I heard you say just now that you think it may not take up to 6 months. So, and this could be in here, so I'm sorry if it is, but if we did not utilize their services for the full 6 months, is there language for reimbursement for this payment? Are we paying monthly? Like, how does that work?
It's only for the services that are provided. So if we can fortunately get through the migration more quickly, we won't be paying the county. And as we'll talk about in the next one, Dew Point has offered not to start any payments to them for managed services or the cost of equipment, which they're providing and financing at 0% to us until the migration is complete. So we won't have any period of time where we're paying two different service providers. Hopefully we get the county done out of the picture earlier than later. Not that we haven't appreciated them, but that this is best for both parties.
And then one follow-up question. So as far as like systems, has Dew Point already let us know like what platform we would be using for the IT equipment and like the web-based platform?
Yeah, so this includes all of the infrastructure, most of which is actually owned by the county and severely aged and almost obsolete. It almost all needs to be replaced at this point. We would pay those costs, and that's spelled out in this contract with the county. If we were to ask for those replacements through the county, we'd have to pay for them either way. And the county just doesn't provide the infrastructure and the hardware and the software for free. So yeah, we've identified the specific products needed to replace every aspect owned by the county so far.
Councilor Morgan.
Thanks, Chris. When you think about an extension, that means they must have did a great job, correct?
It means we need more time for the migration in order to get the info, to understand the environment and phase in each step of replacing that different network equipment.
So we need them longer. They are doing a solid job with what we're giving them, correct?
Are you talking about?
Is there a way to determine how viable the IT, like how viable it is while we're extending that? Is it a way to determine that keeping our information safe, information processing, training? Like how do we rank how good the quality of the product that we're getting?
So basically, the contract that we have with Washington County ends June 30th.
So we're extending that.
30th, right, we wouldn't have anything.
My point is, so before that, obviously they're doing a good job that we're extending them, or we have no one else.
We have no one else. We need to extend what we have until our other.
Okay, now the fact that we have no one else and we're extending it, how good of a job did they do? That's what I'm asking. Like, how do we determine
That's the reason why we're getting our own system, because.
Okay. So we're paying them
satisfied with a lot of
layover until we get our things up and running. But still, I mean, how long have we had Washington County IT?
Since before I came. So I came in 2007.
So this is a new term.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just, so with that long partnership, again, you would think that either we're doing an amicable job or somehow it's a benefit to like 20 plus years, obviously. So I just wanted to know how good they were doing since we're leaving them, looking for our own, or we just need our own infrastructure, which is necessary. I just wanted to know, how do we determine how long they've been good for so long? Like, you know, thanks, Joe. Go ahead.
No, you got information here.
So the one of the reasons why we actually aggressively started to seek out a transition is Washington County has told us on numerous occasions they did not want to provide our service anymore. And so that is what started this. And as far as the service, I will say I've been here for 5 years and the service has progressively not been as good as other.
Way to be political, Joe. Nice.
Always.
Nice. Good. Okay. I appreciate it. But thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who else had their hand up for questions? Discussion? Comments? Councilor Jackson? Yeah.
No, it just seems like this has been coming for a while. We talked about this during the budget session and what the relative costs were. That got a little confusing with the transition and things like that, but we knew this was coming and that we needed to have this transition period. Yeah, I'm glad that it's only going to take 3 to 4 months. I know this is a huge endeavor to get the hardware and the software in place and the training and make sure that all of the relevant material is being transferred. So kudos to you guys for negotiating this. On the next resolution, this is just, you know, caretaking for until we can do that. So.
And speaking as somebody, just to follow up on those remarks, I just want to commend staff for moving this forward after years of discussion. And as somebody, I think I've been hacked twice this year through my city services, and so I just want to say that I'll be relieved when we have better security and more control on our end. And after having heard this talked about ever since I came on council, I'm just really relieved to see it moving forward. So nicely done. Further comments? Seeing none, Clerk Kalenga, call the roll.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes, Andrew.
Councilmember Simmons,
To go.
She's frozen.
Frozen, yeah. Councilor Simmons?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Bashert,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen.
You betcha.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Moving along to the exciting news about the replacement. Clerk Kalenga, please read it into the record.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti wants to ensure staff has the necessary IT equipment and support to do their jobs effectively. And whereas the city has been notified previously of severe security deficiencies in its IT environment. And whereas the city has extensively researched its options and requested proposals from managed IT services and received several competitive bids to consider. And whereas the city seeks to work with DuPont to mitigate security concerns, replace obsolete equipment and infrastructure, and moreover, improve services. And now therefore be it resolved that the Ypsilanti City Council accepts the bid provided by DuPont and directs the city manager to enter into a 60-month contract for the services therein.
So moved.
It's been moved, seconded by an enthusiastic Councilor Wilcoxen. All right, who's presenting on this? Is this still Chris?
Council,
Excellent.
I'm going to be sharing my screen for a presentation to be provided by DuPont.
Thank you.
We'll talk a little bit about the process, and then I'll call on the DuPont guys to introduce themselves and explain more about the customized solution that we've identified.
Sorry, Christopher.
Yeah, back on November 1st, 2019, we released a request for proposal to provide managed IT services, and like I said, a complete replacement of all the infrastructure owned by the Washtenaw County. For our department and for the staff here, that is a tall order. We aren't IT professionals. A lot of this was brand new, and I can say I learned quite a bit over this 6-month process. Throughout the RFP, process where companies would submit an intent to bid and begin to ask questions, we realized we couldn't answer a lot of the questions about the IT environment, particularly at the 4 different locations. And so we had almost 8 companies come take on-site walkthroughs of all the facilities, and appreciate the staff at each of those facilities for being so accommodating. They had a lot of folks coming in and out of the door, checking on these funny pieces of equipment that none of us knew a whole lot about, but that they certainly were experts on. And the general reaction from all of the companies was the same. It's, wow, that's old. You're gonna need to replace this. You're gonna wanna replace this. Yeah, that's a security issue. And so we identified, no matter who we brought through, so many things that needed to be replaced, either because they were obsolete, that they were poorly designed, that they hadn't been maintained. And so throughout this process, we narrowed it down from 7 bids down to 4 very competitive bids. And we had interviews with department heads, with a committee created to evaluate the 4 bidders. Throughout that process, we reviewed references. We asked them a number of questions. Sometimes it felt like we were asking the same questions over and over again, just to make sure we weren't missing anything, that we had checked all of our bases, and that we were customizing a solution that truly fit the city's needs. And so that includes new data center hardware, new network hardware in all 4 facilities, a new phone system, data circuits, backup services, managed services, and co-location for hosting hardware. The committee took scoring criteria into account, such as industry expertise and experience, demonstrated customer service quality and support, previous relevant experience, vendor strength and stability, account management, reporting capabilities, and financial considerations. After all the items came back, 2 companies had risen to the top, and those were Dew Point from Lansing and CBTS out of Troy, Michigan. In looking into the financial considerations, it became clear that Dew Point had an advantage on price. The total price per month of the contract will be $16,672 a month for years 1 through 3, and $14,351 per month for years 4 and 5. The reason for the price drop is that Dew Point is spreading out the cost of infrastructure over the first 36 months, including zero financing, and the charges won't begin again until we complete the entire transition, and we are entirely on our own equipment under Dew Point's management. It should be noted that the costs do not include some software, phones, or fiber connectivity. The approximate cost for all of those items not included here is about $3,607 per month, and Dew Point has offered to help us acquire that software, acquire the fiber connectivity or the phones, but they do not provide that because we should go get it ourselves through the government licenses and offers that are available to us because of our government status. So that's the gist of it. We feel confident we could keep the cost to about $20,000 per month quoted during the council budget sessions, even with the additional cost of phones, software, etc. So happy to answer any questions about the specific solution. And I'd like to introduce our team here from Dew Point. They have 5 folks on the call. Mike, do you want to introduce you and the team?
I can. Can we also present the slide deck that we gave? Do we have that?
Yep.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you and good evening, council. My name is Mike Coyne, and I work for Dew Point. We were asked by Joe and Christopher to give a brief presentation around who we are. So if you can go to the agenda slide, we'll introduce our team, talk a little bit about the company, the solutions specific to the city of Lansing, and our commitment to the city. We see this meeting here, introduction to council, as a beginning of a long-term partnership that we're really excited about. So we can go to the introductions. Again, my name is Mike Coyne. I've got 25 years in the IT space, and the last 20 I've spent in Michigan in the local and state government space. The last 8 years have been Dew Point. It's my job to ensure that the client relationship is where it needs to be, and I've been Christopher's single point of contact since this bid was released back in November. Lewis?
Good evening. My name is Lewis Jones III. I'm the service delivery manager for Dew Point. I have over 36 years of IT experience, 20 of those years supporting state and local government. I will be here for any delivery issues that come up for escalation.
And Matt Scott? How about Matt Drake?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Matt Drake. I'm a senior solutions architect with Dew Point. I've been with Dew Point for just over 2 years, but I have 15 years of IT experience in data center technologies, networking, and security.
And Matt Scott, if he's on mute, but he's our pre-sales engineer. His team architected the solution for us.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, I just got unmuted here, so I'm good. Sorry about that. Good evening, everybody. Matt Scott here from Duke. I'm the director of pre-sales. My job is really to create solutions like these. I've come from the big architect firms of Accenture, EDS, and HP. I spent the last 20 years really putting together managed services solution that is here, and also gone through many transitions that the city will be going through. So our job into this is going to make sure that we lead you every step of the way and mitigate the associated risks for the city.
Alan?
Yeah, my name is Alan McCarrick. I feel very fortunate. I have a job that I love. I've been in IT for about 25 years, 17 of which I spent at the City of East Lansing as the IT director, and then I transitioned to Dew Point now for going on 5 years. My role at Dew Point, I spent a lot of time at one of our larger municipal clients, which is the City of Lansing, sort of functioning as a deputy CIO there. But yeah, you know, they put me down as a local government subject matter expert, and it's what I know and what I do and what I love, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having us.
So if we can move to the Dew Point overview slide. Dew Point's a Michigan-based company established in 1996. So we've been in the IT industry for the last 24 years. We have 3 Michigan-based offices, one in Lansing, one in Rochester Hills, and our newest one's in Grand Rapids, which we established about a year after we were awarded the managed service contract in the city of Grand Rapids. We have 3, I'll call it verticals within Dew Point that align to our clients. One is our commercial space, an insurance space, and the other one is our state and local government space. And they each represent about, I'll say, a third of our business. We have a dedicated group of individuals, many that you have talking to you tonight, that are really dedicated just to government clients. We also support over 400 Michigan-based IT professionals. We thought it'd be appropriate to give you just a brief overview of the scope and the service that we provide for 2 large municipalities in Michigan with the help of our local government subject matter expert, Alan.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. So at City of Grand Rapids, we transitioned them to a full IT as a service model from an incumbent vendor. So you know, we have experience doing those types of transitions. The IT as a service for Grand Rapids, that really means they sort of view IT as a utility, like power or water or something like that. And the idea is just to bring a predictable cost and service levels to the services that we provide to all the departments at City of Grand Rapids. And then we implemented SLAs, which is just service level agreements. Once we do some due diligence and understand the environment and the needs, those are things that we can agree to meet as targets. Averaging 950 service desk tickets per month. That includes not just people calling, but also alerts and tickets that are generated through monitoring of the environment and change requests and things like that. Supporting 1,500 users, enterprise applications, approximately 200 servers. We've been doing work in Grand Rapids since 2016. City of Lansing, this was where I spend a fair amount of my time. We did the same thing in 2013. We started transitioning the city, started largely with project management and infrastructure. But we work very closely with the city IT staff that is there. It's a really interesting hybrid. We support about 1,000 city employees. We provide critical and non-critical support, or critical support for critical and non-critical applications, including on-call after hours and full monitoring of the environment. One of the things we're pretty proud of is through sort of a continuous improvement process. We've helped the city move their security posture. I heard some comments about that earlier in the meeting. And that's, you know, something we did for City of Lansing, where they're now ranked in top 10 for the government space by a security ranking site called BitSite. So we're pretty proud of that. We support approximately 300 servers, and we have, I think, 7 people that work there. I'll give it back to you, Mike.
Yeah, want to transition. This next slide is really to Lewis. Lewis Jones manages the people in the delivery. I've had the pleasure of working with Lewis for the last 20 years, so this is his sweet spot.
Thank you, Mike. As far as this slide is concerned, what I wanted to talk to you about is how we find and retain employees to support you as a customer. First of all, in hiring the best qualified professionals, we have a team of folks led by a recruiting strategist and finding the best resources that are out there, skills, finding the people and the skills, people skills that are out there for people to support you better. As far as in that process, is making sure that we have competitive salaries and benefits. And that's by reviewing salary ranges and making sure that our benefits are competitive with other companies, other IT companies. Along with the process is making sure our folks are trained in gaining the skills that are needed to support you better. This training is there to help the employee and to help the customer as we support you down the road. As part of the professional development and training is communication, and that communication requires an open door policy where we feel that any person can in the company can talk to the CEO down through the organization. And as part of that communication, we try to make sure we recognize our employees with different events. COVID-19 has kind of slowed things down this year. But for example, during a year, we usually have an annual kickoff meeting, a March Madness event, an actual block party in Lansing. And during the holidays and Silver Bells in Lansing, we have some things that we do for our employees there then. And during the year, we have quarterly social events to make sure that our employees get to know each other. Then as far as supporting the community, we have a program called Do Good, where an employee can choose a charity of their choice, and DuPont will donate $150. Plus, as part of trying to give back, on top of each employee's paid time off, they get 4 additional hours to be able to work with the community and nonprofit organizations and at charity events. The one thing that's not on here that has occurred over the past 6 years is we've been part of Crane's 100 Cool Places to Work. A big part of that has been our employees, because over the past 2 years, over 70% of our employees have replied back to the survey and gave us feedback, which we use to better ourselves as far as the company. Last thing on this slide is DuPont staff turnover rate is less than 2%. This is far better than the industry average. We take a lot of pride in keeping and retaining our employees. I'd like to have Matt give us a solution overview. Next slide, please.
Yeah, thanks, Lewis. This is Matt Drake, a senior solution architect, and I helped put this solution together for Ypsilanti. And I want to just cover some of the pieces of the solution that would interest the council. Service delivery management, we talked about that a little bit. Lewis would be the service delivery manager. We have a big focus on delivery in our organization, and we want to make sure that we're delivering service that meets your requirements and your needs. And so there will be points where we will schedule recurring meetings to make sure that we are delivering a service that is appropriate. The biggest portion of the solution is probably the service desk and desktop support. That is where all of your users will be taken care of. As part of that, we set up an instance of ServiceNow, which is an industry leader in a help desk ticketing system. The users have the option to call, email, or open tickets via a web portal. And those go straight to our help desk, which is staffed with some fairly high-level technicians. We would compare them to really level 2 technicians at other organizations. And the reason for that is so that we can get first call resolution. We don't want users calling in to open a ticket and having to pass them around to a number of different engineers to get their ticket resolved. And we see fantastic numbers for first call resolution in the high 90 percentiles. 95, 97% of calls are resolved on the first call. As Chris mentioned, there's some significant aging infrastructure in the city. A large portion of that is around the network infrastructure at those 4 locations. Our solution includes new network hardware for all 4 of those locations, including switches and wireless access points. As part of that, we implement a monitoring solution. That monitoring solution proactively monitors all of these devices so that we can detect any issues before even your users can. Just a proactive way for us to prevent issues for your environment. We've also included server hosting and management in the solution. You currently have 8 servers that are hosted at the Washtenaw County. Those will be moved to our Tier 3 data center in Okemos. It is the only Tier 3 certified data center in Michigan. So those will be moved there and managed by DewPoint. The same type of monitoring will be applied to those servers. So again, we can detect issues with them before your users will. That hosting also includes patch management so that we can keep those servers up to date and prevent any security holes on those. Finally, we include some security hardware as part of our solution. The solution includes firewalls at each of the 4 locations. These firewalls include all of the next generation protections that will protect against various intrusions and viruses and just various attacks that can happen. So this would help improve your security posture of all of these sites. We also have various security tools that will be deployed as part of our solution. Next generation antivirus would be deployed to all of the endpoints and all of the servers that will help protect those from various attacks in the environments. I'm going to turn it over to Matt Scott, who will talk about how we will transition Ypsilanti to get them to this point.
Matt Scott.
Okay, well, I'll take over, I guess. We have a proven transition methodology that we use for all of our clients from small to large. And we have we've done this a number of times with many, many clients, including those in state and local government like yourself. We go through a process of due diligence, finding out exactly all of the details about your environment. That will take place with the county. As part of that, we'll put together a plan. We have a solid PMO office that will help us to put together a solid project plan to avoid any hiccups along the way. We'll do a whole design workshop. We'll build out the environment, which includes standing up that service desk, standing up the environment in our data center, getting images ready for your workstations. We'll go through an implementation process. We'll do some baselining and get to a steady state where we're in just kind of a run. The key that we've focused on during transition is really risk mitigation. We want this to go as smoothly as possible. We don't want any outages during it. We want your users to really not even understand that it's going on. And we do that by having that project management oversight that I talked about. The focus is really on the city of Ypsilanti and how we can get them from their current service provider to Dew Point in a safe, efficient, and timely manner. Through this process, we remain extremely flexible. I think that was talked about a little bit earlier. There's some things we can do to be agile because we are a little bit smaller of a company than your large HP and Accentures that have a lot of red tape that they have to go through. So we can be very flexible in meeting the needs of the city. With Louis as the service delivery manager, he'll be involved making sure that we stay engaged with all the stakeholders at the city and making sure that the process goes smoothly. And throughout the whole process, our project management office will maintain clear and effective communication to make sure that the city is always aware of what's going on through transition.
I think that leads us to our last slide before we open it up for any questions. And it's really the 7 areas of differentiation that we Dew Point bring to the city of Ypsilanti. We touched on many of them here. It's our industry experience, our customer service, our prior experience, both with cities similar to the city of Ypsilanti and the transition experience it takes to go from one managed service provider, yours being the county, to ours. We've proven in a competitive way our cost competitiveness. We've got a dedicated and a proactive account management approach. The reporting piece, which we didn't touch on, but this is a transparent view month to month, ensuring that the city knows exactly the levels of services we are providing. And then the strength and stability of the company. Year over year growth, Dew Point has had 20% growth. We've never had a contract canceled due to non-performance, and the 2% staff turnover rate that we mentioned compared to the industry average. The last thing I'll mention is really our commitment to the city, and that is to make IT a secure enabler for your employees. They have a significant job to do for the citizens in your community, and it's our job to make IT really a utility, like light and like the water. It needs not to be in the way of all the important services they do. It's our job to make it that way for them.
I think we can take some questions now.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so Councilor Coxon, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I have questions for the Dew Point staff, and I also have questions for the city staff. I want to address the city staff first. Usually when we do contracts that have bids out on them, then we get a table that compares the bids. I didn't see that in the packet. Is that available that we can look at?
Steve, it's in there. It's actually at the, it's just after. The bids were definitely a challenging thing. Sorry, Christopher, to jump in, but the bids were very challenging because different companies bid on different things. So it's really hard for us to kind of do apples to apples. But let me look at the page number that it's on. I just got a new Adobe program, so it's not quite
90,
the same.
95.
95. I found it. Thank you.
And so, they were very competitive in their price. Each one of the bids covered certain things and others didn't cover other things. But they were definitely the less expensive bid, with the understanding that telephones and internet services software would not be part of that. The only difference in Washtenaw County, they do cover some of the software based on their volume discounts. And what we're going to do during the transition is really work with Washtenaw County to see if we can continue some of those services with them, where we could see some cost reductions.
Thank you. I apologize for missing the table.
It was in there in a weird spot. I think the OnPoint software that Andrew uses sometimes does things a little weird.
Question to the DuPoint staff is, in this transition, I know changing, converting over to new hardware, new software is kind of a give and take. And I see that you have a, tried and tested transition method for that. And how much customization do you have? You cited Grand Rapids and Lansing; those are fairly large cities, and then we come to Ypsilanti. Is like, how much customization is there? Are there meetings scheduled? You also talk about flexibility, but are there regular meetings scheduled with staff and department heads to get them trained up and get their feedback in terms of how flexible your system then gets implemented?
So Matt Scott or Matt Drake, I think you guys would be best to answer that.
Can we unmute Matt Scott? I got a text that we're having trouble with him.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So here, I'll answer, Matt Scott here, I'll answer your so though the city are larger footprints than what you have at Ypsilanti, we do also scale down. We have many commercial clients that are 10, 15 clients, and we go all the way up to what you saw there. The common theme, though, is our process and our governance structure allows that scalability to be there. And we go through the same rigor as a large client with a small client. So when you start to discuss, Lewis will be there on a monthly basis once we get on steady state. During the transition period, we're going to have multiple meetings. We will work with Christopher and Joe to determine whom is the best to be there and work with the city, not only the city, but also we'll have the county involved, because this is going to be all through DuPoint, the county, and the city involved in one common goal with working off one plan. We will own that to make sure we're walking you guys down it and making sure that Washtenaw is delivering what we need from them, and the city, for that matter, is delivering what we need also. But we have a proven methodology with communication that's a weekly basis, and then even more so as we get in toward the end. And then once we get into the run in our methodology, that will be more of a standard. So we'll review the same reporting. We'll do a survey as far as the end user satisfaction. Those will all be brought up to the right individuals in that governance team for those review to understand that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and then Councilor Morgan.
Yes, to go back to, this is for Joe, to go back to the answer you gave Council Member Wilcoxon. Did you say something about it somewhere along in the transit, somewhere the county would come in and do something when he was asking about the bids, and you said that there was a bid, but that the county, please help me understand.
Yes, so right now we receive internet service from Washtenaw County, and we receive some of our software from the county, which you get kind of a cost of the scale by utilizing those things. And so we'll be working with them. We do receive government pricing, but we're going to work with the county to see if there's certain things like some of our mapping software that we can continue to partner with them, even if they are not our managed service provider.
So we would be using both services?
No, we would just utilize the cost of the county scale. Dew Point has a huge scale as far as how they can manage our services, but certain things like software, government gets better prices. And the more you have in government as far as software, the better price you get. And so that might not happen, but any other contract would have to come back to council if it's over $25,000. But it's something we're exploring because right now we're connected through fiber to Washtenaw County. And so we might be able to just partner with them to continue receiving our internet.
But I thought that's where the problem, that was part of why we were switching.
So the reason why we are switching is because of the actual managed service, not the specific software that they are giving us. So the managed service is where we do have the issue.
Okay.
Thank you. Councilor Morgan?
Thank you. Chris, could you tell me how much the city of Ypsilanti paid for the IT services of Washtenaw County in the last 5 years total?
Joe?
Yeah, sorry, I'm the one that's kind of got, and I know Reagan's on here, but it's been anywhere from about $120,000 to $160,000 a year.
In the last 5 years?
Yeah, in the last 5 years. So Washtenaw County's been steadily increasing our price from about $120,000 to $160,000 in the last 5 years.
Am I mistaken? Am I counting? I'm sure I'm not. Like this, in the next 5 years, it'll cost us $932,000 for this service from Dew Point.
That's correct. I believe that sounds correct.
Okay. Is that a customary contract for a transition 5 years? Is that customary?
So in looking at all of the other, and I didn't actually calculate the math, but that does sound correct.
It's somewhere in there.
Yeah, when you look at all of the actual bids that we received in, that is pretty standard. And actually Dew Point's a little bit less. But when you look at what Washtenaw County charges us, because we haven't actually upgraded any of our software, those costs will be something we have to put in because of how our infrastructure is. And so a lot of these costs, granted, $160,000 total for these costs does sound like a good, like a good price. Although I think, as most council members have had severe issues with their emails, it's pretty challenging to actually work with the IT service provider we have. But on top of that, our infrastructure is at such a state where we're probably not going to be able to put much more duct tape on it. And in the next 5 years, we're going to have to do a massive overhaul anyway. And so actually starting this ahead of time will increase our chances of, for one, not getting hacked, but two, actually allowing us to upgrade our systems.
And the second question and third question is from somebody from Dew Point. Is Ypsilanti considered a LAN, like a large area network? What are we considered? We think about the topography of our layout of our IT. What are we considered?
So yeah, you are considered a local area network.
Okay, 21,000. Will all of our demarcation points, wherever they are located physically, have multi-layers of defense?
Yes. So our proposal includes next-gen firewalls at all 4 locations.
Okay.
Doing an encrypted mesh between the locations for secure connectivity between the locations.
Okay.
And back to the data center. So all of that data will be encrypted to provide protection. And those firewalls have many layers of protection. It's not a standard firewall protection. It has intrusion detection and intrusion prevention. And so it is multiple layers. And then once inside the network, there's next-gen security as well with the CrowdStrike antivirus.
Okay. Is there a way to determine, like, when messages and communications are being sent, like the levels of security, that sensitive information versus confidential information that's being sent between employees? Will your network have an idea of how to manage and route those according to their sensitivity or confidentiality?
So are you speaking in like via email?
Yes, email. Yep, definitely
yes.
Email. Things like that, fax, whatever.
So via email, there's some protections in Office 365, which is the Microsoft product that you're currently using. There's some advanced threat protection that will protect you there. There's also configurations that can be done to mark data as confidential or classified, that prevents certain things like printing or modifying or forwarding on to other members. So those protections are built into the Microsoft Office 365 platform.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your presentation. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. I have a question for staff, and that is, have we contacted the cities that DuPoint works with and has cited just to get their experience of service quality and that kind of thing?
Absolutely. Yeah, I called those folks and confirmed A, that they're actually clients, and B, that they're happy with DuPoint.
Thank you. Gotcha. Further questions, City Manager?
Yes, I just wanted to add to Councilmember Morgan's his inquiry about the cost per year. I don't think Joe or Christopher mentioned this, but outside of our $150,000 contract annually, which I think Joe may have said went to 160, we were also separately invoiced for infrastructure updates and upgrades to servers and things of that nature, which were not included in our contract. So I'd like council to know that as well. We had to pay a significant portion of those, although we had no ownership.
Thank you. Further questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Clerk Halenga, can you please call the roll?
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mayor Bashert,
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxen,
You're muted, Steve.
He was just thinking out loud anyway.
Sorry, thank you. Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
To staff.
Thank you.
Congratulations to DuPoint. Resolution number 2020-137. Cook Halenga.
No, because when I come, I need to have one phone to ask me.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following be appointed to the City of Ypsilanti Boards and Commission as indicated below. Karan Gaines, Human Relations Commission, expiration May 1st, 2023.
So move.
Been moved. Is there support for discussion? Thank you. It's been supported. All right, discussion. Mayor Pro Tem and then Councilor Wilcoxen.
Question for the clerk. When we looked at these the last time, we were looking at the absences and you sent, did I recall correctly that Mr. Gaines had missed 10 meetings out of, what was that total? Was it 17 or 26?
It would have been 26.
So he missed 10 meetings out of 26?
Correct.
Okay. I thought we were looking, this is dollar comment dollar count. I thought we were looking at attendance and that we wanted better attendance out of our commission members.
So it was one person was going to reach out to Karan and get some feedback on that. Who was that?
That was Anthony.
Councilmember Morgan.
Councilor Morgan, did you get that information from Karan?
I did get that information, in fact.
Okay.
But we had a private conversation. I asked him about some of his plans moving forward. He was very candid with me. I won't share what they were. I will echo what Councilwoman Mayor Pro Tem said about the absences. I know he spoke very highly of the Human Relations Commission, and he enjoyed his time serving. And we had other conversations, but I'll leave it at that. I was probably left with a 50-50. I think he's still interested on some level, but again, I don't want to speak for him.
Thank you. Who else had their hands up? Councilman Carson?
Oh,
Yes,
sorry,
I'm curious as to what the rationale was for the missed meetings and how we go forward. I mean, without, you know, if he's somewhat interested in doing it, it's just like, why, you know, his attendance is an issue. That commission has missed quorums on several occasions. We have another commissioner coming up on the next batch. And I guess I was looking for more information in terms of what the plan was going forward. You know, is there, you know, some information about why he missed those? You know, is there a difference of circumstance at this point?
Are you asking me or you asking the mayor?
Well, I'm asking you. I mean, you talked to him. I
Well,
like,
I can't lie. I can be very candid, but I won't be. I spoke to him. I spoke to him behind closed doors and used very common language. Again, personally, I think again, I was left that with the impression that he enjoyed his time on Human Relations Commission and he enjoyed serving, and he always wanted to serve the city. Again, I won't speak for him whether he will or he won't. That's all I can really say. Again, we're looking for excellence. We're looking for excellence. Make no mistake about it in the city of Ypsilanti. We're not looking for mediocrity. We're looking for standard setters to be on these commissions. And anybody who can volunteer their time and their efforts to loan them to the betterment of our city is cool. And so I think we're still looking for excellence. I think, again, so that'll be reflected in my vote.
nice answer, man.
Councilor Brown.
I mean, I'm sorry. Did you ask him directly if he wants to serve? Yes.
I did.
And did he say yes, he wants to serve?
I may have heard an affirmative and a negative. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want to speak for him. I mean, I would have said an unequivocal yes or unequivocal no. I didn't get that.
Councilor Somerville.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, so I think that's. Oh, sorry.
Councilor Brown, continue. I'm
So I
sorry.
just have one more question for Councilor Morgan. This is really amusing, actually. So I know that you don't want to answer for him.
Yes.
You said you have a 50-50 on if his reasoning for missing so many meetings.
Well, again, I don't think I got into the specifics of why he was missing. Just a generalization of, do you still want to be on it? And it was, I didn't get a definitive answer. So
that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor.
Looks like I'm not giving you a definitive answer.
At this point, I don't know how much of a difference this makes, but I also heard there wasn't quorum last night for the Human Relations Commission meeting because some folks weren't there, him being one of them. And also part of the reason why, wait, Andrew has his hand.
Ron is not technically on the commission right now, so he.
Oh, so he wasn't. So
Yeah,
they didn't have quorum last night either, though. They only had 3 people there.
Correct.
So, and then there's something in their bylaws that requires them to have quorum. So, so yeah, I mean, well, he clearly doesn't want to be on the commission anymore.
Yeah,
if he doesn't.
Mayor Pro Tem. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
Councilwoman Simmons had her hand up first.
Thank you, Councilor Simmons.
Well, I was hoping that Councilor Morgan was going to come back with information that would have been, kind of a little bit more information, I guess, direct information that could be shared. So I was actually going to call the question because I'm not really sure that there's much more to say. But if Mayor Pro Tem felt like she had something to add before I do that, that's fine.
No, that was what my hand was up for, to call the question.
All right, so I call the question.
Support.
Okay, Clerk Kalenga, call the roll.
You're muted, Andrew.
Call the roll on the resolution, or do you want me to actually call?
On
Calling the question.
calling the question.
Oh, we're not all in agreement that we should just call the
I think we're all in agreement.
We still have to vote.
Yeah.
Right, but there was a motion for call the question and a second. So we have to
So we have
vote for the call the question. Is that what we want?
Clerk.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why you the clerk.
I'm calling the question. Mayor Pro Tem Richardson.
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
You're muted.
Mayor Bashert.
Yes.
Councilmember Wilcoxon.
Yes.
That is sign language. That isn't a yes, right?
Councilmember Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville.
Yes.
Motion carries. On the resolution. Councilmember Morgan.
No.
Councilmember Simmons.
Unmute. You're mute.
You gotta you have to unmute. You cannot vote like that.
I'm having some internet issues.
Okay.
So it seems like that's not always coming. So this is, no.
This is sign language. No. Okay. A little bit less charged than this. Okay.
Mayor Bashert. No.
Since I will be crucified if I vote against any black person on any commission, I'm going to vote yes.
I don't like you said that. That's not true.
Council,
No.
we have to call the roll. We have to call the roll, council.
You know, there has to be, you have to vote on qualifications. Yeah. So come on.
Councilmember Wilcoxon.
No.
Councilmember Brown. Councilmember Somerville.
Did you say that, Mayor? No, that's not true. We love you. Sometimes.
Get through the vote.
Councilmember Brown.
I said no.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Somerville.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson.
No.
Motion fails. 1 yes, 6 no.
Thank you very much. Now, moving on to the next resolution.
You said the motion fails.
That's right.
He has not been.
Not appointed. Right. Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on to, okay, now we have 22 minutes left in the night. I do believe we're going to need an extension.
I make a motion to extend to 10:20.
I second.
10:20, hey? All right. Is there, okay.
I'm hopeful,
All those in
Mayor.
favor?
I'm hopeful.
Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Councilor Simmons, yes, is this?
Yes. No.
That's
Yes. No. Toilet.
All right, moving on. DTE Energy 138. Clerk Kalenga, please call the roll.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti is working with Washtenaw County to complete improvements to Frog Island Park, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti wants to ensure the safety of those who use the improved trail, and whereas the addition of the pathway lighting will promote safe use of the improved trail, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approves an agreement with DTE Energy to install 15 lights in Frog Island Park for the improved segment of the border-to-border trail within the park for a price of $57,003.27, with any change orders to be approved by the city manager.
So moved.
Been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Support.
Great. It's been moved and seconded. Staff, who is speaking to this?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Welcome, Ron.
Good evening, Council. So staff has been working with Washtenaw County to complete improvements to the trail in Frog Island Park as part of the border-to-border project. The scope of this project includes a reduction in height of the berm that the pathway sits on, and the pathway will be repaved and widened along there. Actually, we spoke with a contractor earlier this week, and the project is actually anticipated to begin next Monday. So we're excited to get that moving forward. As many of you know, this work will be paid by the county. I believe it's funded through the non-motorized millage. The proposal before you today is with regards to the lighting component of the project, which the city will be required to pay for if we choose to implement it. The current proposal from DTE is to install 15 stock fiberglass posts and install 16 stock LED lights along the pathway. These lights and the posts have been reviewed and recommended by the Parks and Rec Commission as well as the Historic District Commission. Regarding the financial component of the project, the capital expenditure for the installation of lights is $57,003, and the anticipated annual electricity costs are projected to be $4,191 associated with the lights. In order to pay for this, we are proposing to use carried over DPS facility capital funds that were unspent from a prior year, and funds from the $125,000 set aside for parks capital funding for the 2021 fiscal year. There is another financial option that's listed in my memo, or the RFL, regarding an alternative funding option that DTE has. We're not currently recommending that option. What the option is essentially you pay nothing up front, and then you pay a fixed amount moving on forward. There's no sunset date on paying the additional fixed amount, and DTE had indicated that they hadn't set one and may or may not set one in the future. And because of that, our recommendation is to pay the capital cost up front, because the overall cost of the streetlights, if you project it out long enough, it'll end up costing the city more money. So with that, that concludes my summary, and I'm happy to answer any questions council may have.
Councilor Wilcoxon.
Hi, Ron. Thanks for the summary. These lights are similar to the ones that are currently in Riverside Park in design?
They're close. The reason why we selected these lights is with street lights, DTE has stock street lighting and DTE has non-stock street lighting. The difference being is that if it's stock street lights, if it's ever damaged or there's ever any concern, DTE replaces it at no charge. If it's a non-stock street light, the city has to pay and keep an inventory of street lights on stock in our inventory in case something ever happens. So that's why we chose those. They were the closest thing that DTE had to the existing light fixtures that we have in Depot Town, Riverside, and then Michigan Ave.
I can second that. The streetlights on Michigan Ave are special, and whenever one is damaged, it takes a long time to replace it. Further questions or comments from council? Seeing none? Oh, Councilor Wilcoxon.
I was just trying to figure out what this looks like for the people who live across the river. We're taking down a bunch of those trees, right, to make the berm wider. And then we're going to put up street lights. And so the people that live across the river are going to be looking out at street lights, right?
I
this is one concern of mine. It's just like, so there doesn't seem to be the null option on this in terms of not having street lights. Because, if I bought that property there and this is like, oh, all of a sudden they tear down trees and put up street lights, it's like, well, there goes that. And do we have any statistics on what the actual increase in safety is? I mean, do we have, what the crime rate is in Frog Island at this point?
I don't have any of those statistics in front of me. With regards to the street lights, we don't necessarily need to put them in as a component of the project. Staff had evaluated it based on comments we had received from I think there had been at a prior council meeting, there had been discussion about it, and we know that Frog Island Park gets pretty dark in the evening. So we wanted to at least provide the option for council to do this if they're interested. And if they're not, I mean, the trail will get installed without lights. But as far as statistics go, I don't have any statistics as far as safety and you know what impact streetlights has on safety.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Simmons, then Councilor Somerville.
Steve, as a woman, I can tell you, I appreciate streetlights in you know, walking in dark areas. As a former police officer who specialized in crime prevention, streetlights have a positive impact. And I understand the concern about, you know, the neighbors and, you know, kind of looking across at the streetlights, but which, right, I appreciate that concern. But, you know, in our neighborhoods, we have streetlights too that, you know, kind of shine in at windows and things like that. But I don't think it sounds like it's necessarily going to be directly impacting, I guess, the houses as it might, like, you know, in the neighborhoods, because it'll be a little bit of a distance. But I'm pro these streetlights. I think it is a pretty dark park. And like I said, I know it'd make me feel more comfortable just as a woman walking around in the evening.
Councilor Simmons, then Mayor Pro Tem. I mean, Councilor Somerville, then Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so a few things. I actually had quite a few constituents ask me how we could get lights in the park about a year ago. And right around the time that Ron got hired, we started talking about this. But also, I actually spend a lot of time at Frog Island by myself, and it does get pretty dark in the fall earlier, as you can imagine. And that was one of the complaints that some residents in my ward had about that. But there's also trees on the other side of the river too, like behind those properties. But yeah, I mean, I can see, I'm staring at a streetlight right now outside my living room window. I don't know. I mean, like, it might cause some sort of a reaction, but I think ultimately, like, I know as a woman who runs by myself, it would be nice to be able to run later in the evening in the fall and also earlier in the morning too when it's darker. So like, just for pure safety, like sometimes safety is a feeling too. And I don't know, it's hard running as a female when it's really dark out by yourself. I also was hoping we could get some more on the other side of the park too, eventually. So, because it's only on the one side of Frog Island for the trail.
So if I could respond real quick to the streetlights, I apologize, it didn't make it into the packet. I actually have a photometric plan which shows illumination levels of the streetlights that they're going to install. And the photometric plan actually shows that at not so far off the river's edge, it's at 0.1 foot candles, which is a very low illumination. So if there's any light pollution that goes onto adjacent properties, it'll be very, very limited. Which I can email the photometric plan out to council if you would like.
Thank you. I also want to say that this project is in line with something that we expressed during our goal setting, which is to pay attention to Frog Island and bring some improvements to that park, which has been, you know, basically benign neglect for a while. And so with the border to border trail work that is about to start and this, I think it's a nice start. So I'm in support. Is there further comments or questions about this?
My hand was up.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes. Thanks, Ron. What are the lights going to actually look like? I think and are the lights on Michigan Ave, are they the acorn? Do they have the acorn globe?
Yes, yes. So the ones on Michigan Ave and Depot Town have that acorn globe. The ones in the park still have that acorn globe. The only difference is that there's an amenity at the top of it. There's actually in the packet, I believe I included a picture of the light.
Okay.
So it should be in there. If you give me a second, I can tell you what page.
It's on page 123 in the packet.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Further questions from council? Council Morgan.
Just a quick question. Hey, Ron, thank you so much for this project you're doing. Are the lights going to go like in that bowl fashion, like around the track? Are they strategically placed? Like,
So the only area where the lights will be placed is, so you have the top of the hill where the pathway is on the west side of the park. So the lights will actually go along that pathway because that's where the border to border trail is going to be located. There are no lights proposed on the opposite end of the park. We are, because the cost amount was low enough, we are planning on adding a couple parking lot lights in the Frog Island parking lot. So that's not before council, but we're looking at using some parking funds to help with that. There is actually on the other side of Frog Island Park, the shed that's on there, it has an electrical box on it. There's actually a couple burnt out light fixtures on 2 poles on the east side of the park. We've talked about looking at seeing what it would take to replace those with LEDs so that way we could have both sides illuminated. But there's still more thought and research that needs to go into it because we don't know what the condition of the existing electrical is. So it's on our radar.
Are we using Li-Fi?
Li-Fi.
Like light fidelity, like the type of bulb. I know you said LED. These are information gathering type of bulbs that usually used on poles and parks. Like they have different type of fidelity that gathers information. This is new state of the art stuff. I was wondering if it was
I don't believe so. That's never been included in any of the discussions that we've had with DTE. So I don't believe so. I can double check though.
Okay. Thank you for your work, Ron.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions or discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Kalenga, please call the roll.
Councilmember Wilcoxon,
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Somerville,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richardson,
Yes.
Councilmember Morgan,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Mayor Bashert.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Council.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing that. So Andrew, I believe this next agenda item is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This is worked on by myself and the city attorney. It is just a brief memo on how we plan to begin holding open meetings again, at least non-virtual open meetings. And we have discussed keeping, the 6-foot distance, and we will arrange the chairs accordingly. If you can remember that the last meeting we held until we went to the virtual meetings, it were the chairs in council chambers were sparsely located in order to ensure that distance. We do have one of those thermometers. It's basically just a point and pull a button so we can take temperatures as people arrive. Masks will be required unless indicated that there is a health issue in wearing a mask. We will be asking, the questions. There'll be a staff person that will be assigned to the door that will, as people come in, they will ask those questions, take their temperature, ensure that they're wearing a mask if able. We're trying to encourage all public comment to be done either via email prior to the meeting, which can be read into the record. We're also going to encourage citizens use that council contact form. That's also linked in the agenda. Of course, the meetings will be live streamed. There is potential to set up the meeting room to have the 2 monitors streaming the meeting as well. And we'd set up seats accordingly in order to maintain that 6 feet of distance. So that's kind of where we're at now. The city attorney just sent me something interesting that Ann Arbor is doing. I don't know if you'd like to comment on that. Mr. Barr? Oh, there he is.
Well, I did get an email from Steve Postema, the Ann Arbor City Attorney. He indicates that their meetings are lasting about 7 hours, but they're planning on opening to the public for their meetings, and they're going to have a separate place where people that meet in the overflow room can watch TV and then comment through the telephone or something like that. I'm not sure we're going to do that, but I wanted to cover all of the possibilities with Andrew so we have a good program.
Another thing that I was thinking that would be, of course, up to the city manager, but allowing department heads and other city staff to phone in during their parts of the agenda to allow for more space for the public, because city staff sits on that far wall, as we all know, and that would, it would free up some space so we get a few more people in here. And then I would like to work with the fire chief to potentially have a amended capacity, if that's possible. That would, it would be formatted with the 6 foot of social distancing.
Can I ask, can we make arrangements to have the mic that's used by the public and presenters to be sanitized or wiped in between use?
Yes, I do have hand wipes that I would do in between use since I'm right there.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Somerville, then Councilor Wilcoxon.
Yeah, I guess this is all, if the governor does extend the executive order to allow for virtual though throughout the summer, would that become something that comes back, the council to make a decision on now that other things have opened back up, or are we automatically going to jump back into an in-person meeting if we have the option to stay virtual?
That would be a council decision, but I would prefer to follow the governor's executive order, maintain the virtual meetings.
Okay, yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. If we're able, because I think it increases accessibility, because also there's still people who are going to be more vulnerable than others. There's people on council with us that are more vulnerable than others that shouldn't necessarily be in spaces with us. And some of us, none of us know what the rest of us do on our free time. So some of us might be in large gatherings and not know it. And I don't think that's something that we should all consider. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue with virtual, because I think it's going to be the best for accessibility, because even eliminating some staff space for the 6 feet distance, having a staff member wipe down microphones every time someone speaks, like that's risking staff. And I don't really want to risk staff any more than we already are. So yeah, I guess I just wanted to throw that out there, because I'm hopeful that we'll be able to continue virtual. And if not, I would like to see us to try to use like a bigger space, and like the Freight House would be perfect because we could open the door so there'd be flowing air, because that's the other thing. We need to be in a place where there's air flowing, even if it's just council and like 3 people from the community. We shouldn't really be in a closed space together regardless. So I don't know. I know that brings challenges with IT, with the recording and things like that. So I know that would be more difficult, but it would also be better for airflow.
If I could comment on that real quick. If we do move locations to the Freight House, we would need to do a budget amendment to provide a PA system for council. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Councilor Simmons?
Yeah, a great suggestion, Councilor Somerville. I agree. You know, if we could move to a larger space, that would be even better. Just to, like you said, even if it's just 3 community members and just us, just to have more airflow and a bigger space, because I think we can't be too careful. So, you know, I like that suggestion. But of course, if the governor extends and we had the option, I would rather stay, you know, kind of virtual, just to maintain, you know, distance and be healthy, and the accessibility piece too.
I'm not familiar with the Freight House if they have phone lines running there. Because I don't want to remove the potential for the public to comment by phone. It would be more accessible to larger groups. However, it could close out other people that wanted to join via phone or by other means.
Yeah, I wonder if we could do like both. Like we could do it through Zoom if everybody had a headset on and was muting in between who's talking. We could do it in public and be in Zoom so people could also view at home on Zoom or view in person at the Freight House with all the doors open. I mean, that's also an option. It would just require everybody on staff and all of the council members to have a headset to plug into whatever device they're on with the mic.
So if just for clarity, are you suggesting that council meetings be held here and we have an overflow space at the Freight House?
No, I mean, we could host the council meeting at the Freight House and still utilize Zoom. So we would all have our devices just like we were at home, but the meeting would be public. People could come view it in public, but they would have to call in through the number, I guess, to give public comment still. And then people at home could also. So it would be like, I don't know, like a hybrid council meeting. And it would just, I mean, it would require everybody to have a headset on. Like sometimes I use my earphones and it has a mic, you know, mic and sound, and then we would just have to be conscious of muting. I mean, that's an option. I mean, I know it sounds crazy, but it would be one way to open up accessibility. And then we would get rid of the fact that we would need, well, I mean, we would still need some additional sound for the space, but we would still be able to, like, our meetings would be recorded through Zoom still, but it would also still be a public meeting in a public space.
In the interest of time, because we have 19 minutes left, I'm going to ask, can Clerk Kalenga, can you explore and give council a report on what it might look like at our various offsite locations should we decide to consider that? Because I know there's also internet connectivity and there's air conditioning and there's accessibility and there's all kinds of different issues that are related to it, and equipment needed and that kind of thing. So just for the interest of today, let's get that information, put it in one document, and then we can have an easier discussion. Okay?
Will do.
Yeah, sorry guys, I just have too many ideas.
Further questions or discussion on this from council? I appreciate you putting that together, and I know that this is a fluid situation, so we're going to do whatever we have to do to have safe and public and effective meetings. So, and safety is always going to be first. So we'll just continue moving forward on it. Moving on, is there any further questions or discussion on this? Thank you, Clerk Kalenga. Thank you, Mr. Barr, for your work on that. So discussion regarding board commission policy for reappointment.
Mayor and council, this is another memo that myself and the city attorney worked on. During the last meeting, we were directed by council to create a policy on how to assess the effectiveness of individual board and commissioners. We discussed the potential of adding an ordinance amendment that would codify unexcused absence limits, in which we would bring that before council if that's how council directs us to move forward. Another suggestion that I had was potentially having council members to act as liaisons on each of our advisory bodies. There is already a council liaison on Sustainability Commission, Councilmember Wilcoxon. And I believe that it not only could provide council an assessment of the effectiveness of an individual board member or commission member, but it also provide a conduit to council and the advice that they're looking to get. It would be a non-voting member. It would be there basically as an advisory capacity to the advisory body. So it would really assist, I believe, in commissions that while they have their enabling ordinances, they don't necessarily know what direction council wants them to go at times. While this is not intended for council to direct a commission on what to do, it would be helpful to have that voice in advisory commissions meetings.
Councilor Wilcoxon.
In the Sustainability Commission, I sit back until there's information that's needed. So I don't involve myself in discussions of in decision making, and less ask for information. I can provide that information to them. So it's a very comfortable relationship. This is also on the Friends of the Rutherford Pool Board. It's just there to be a resource for them. It's also helpful when there's staff present. Ron is often at the Sustainability Commission. Bonnie would show up at sometimes at some of the other commission meetings as well. So I think it's a really good idea to have a liaison on every board. I know that's a commitment for council members to do that. But I think it will help the efficacy of these commissions in the long run.
Thank you. Any discussion, Councilor Morgan?
Andrew, is there with this new addition perhaps of us being advisory or just in the on the board, is there like a minimum, like speaking of absences and already the role that we play, like they meet twice a month, is there like a minimum requirement that we would have to fulfill in order to do this, or do we have to be at every meeting?
You would have to be at every meeting.
And this is unpaid, right? No, I'm just talking about.
Well, most of them are once a month too. So
okay, cool.
The majority of them are once a month. I would only be suggesting these for the advisory bodies. I would exclude ethics board with obvious reasons, HDC and planning and ZBA, and just focus really on our advisory bodies.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. Can I volunteer to be on the Arts Commission?
Good.
Is this a volunteer-based process? How does this work?
This would be handled similarly to how council decides on liaisons. I would have, at least it would, in the way I'm thinking about it is, it'd be someone would ask the position and council, if there's a consensus, would move forward with that.
Okay.
So I think we have to approve the policy before we can start volunteering. Mayor Pro Tem, then Councilor.
Could you name those advisors places again, commissions, boards?
So there would be the Arts Commission, Sustainability Commission, which currently Councilmember Wilcoxon is liaison, the Human Relations Commission, the Police Advisory Commission, the Parks and Rec Commission, and
HRC or police for me.
And I think I have listed them all. One may be escaping me, but I will definitely give council a full list. And
okay, so
I can draft a, I'm sorry, go ahead. Mary.
No, these are places that we already have liaisons, correct?
No, they are not.
No.
The Sustainability Commission is the only advisory body that currently has a council liaison.
I thought we had a liaison to the Parks Commission. No. Okay, so we've got one to the pool, okay.
The pool's not a commission.
Right, I know, it's a board,
So
yeah.
I think that what I'm hearing is that there's interest in this policy and we should bring it back for a policy approval next council meeting. Does that sound fair to council? To add a liaison. And then also also to have a consistent attendance of policy across the board. Also, both of those should come back to council next time for approval. Okay, Councilor Wilcoxon?
Just a point of clarification. So this can be done by resolution. It doesn't need to be done by a charter amendment.
This would not, no. This could be done by resolution. Council would not have a seat at the body. They would just be there as liaison, similar to how you function with the Sustainability Commission.
So with the individual, I know the individual commissions have their own bylaws. So this would supersede their bylaws?
Correct.
Got it. All right. Just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Also, can we add to this, Clerk Kalenga? We need to have a consistent definition of quorum. There's at least one commission that has their own version of quorum and in their bylaws, so we need to have that consistent across the board. Okay. Thank you. Further discussion on this? I'm going to move on then. to note that there's some more renewals in your packet that we're going to be discussing at the next council meeting. And they are Ben Connor-Berry, Kurt Coleman, Ashante Harris, and Kyle Hunter. They're all in your packets. And if you have questions about them, or if you reach out to them to ask them questions if you feel like it. Now, council proposed business. Let's start with Councilor Brown. Council proposed business.
Let's see. I had one issue with a constituent that reached out to me regarding the code enforcement. So I did reach out to City Manager McMullen and Joe about that, and so I'm just waiting for a response on that because I have had follow-up from that person. The only other thing I want to add is, I just have to go back and kind of address the comment that you made, Mayor, regarding that vote on the commission seat for Mr. Gaines. I think I've heard you before ask for apologies when things happen, and I think you have to offer not only council but our community members an apology, because what you ensued is that they cannot separate their warranted feelings about behaviors that you've exhibited in the past from factual information, and that it is solely based on race even when facts are given. And I think that that is disrespectful, honestly, to our constituents and our community to say that you have to vote yes, because then if not, you would be, attacked because you didn't appoint another Black person. It wasn't just about them being Black people. It was about the comments that you made about them at different times, and also not having any tangible information like we actually had for this appointment in discussion of why they weren't being reappointed. So I would ask you to apologize at this point in time, because in light of all the discussions that we've been having, even in particular talking about Black lives and Juneteenth today, and talking about the pride and the moves that we're trying to make as a community around race, equity, bias, prejudice, for you to make a comment like that, I think was definitely out of order. And you owe the Black people in this community an apology, and your fellow council members. Thank you.
Thank you. I will consider your comments. Councilor Simmons. Council proposed business. We have 8 minutes. Councilor Simmons, council proposed business. I'm going to move on to Councilor Morgan.
You could have did better than that, Mayor. You could have did much better than that. I got to say it. Damn, you could have did much better than that. And you shouldn't have considered, you should have just did it. You should have just said, I'm sorry. It would have been so much easier. That's what I'm talking about. It could have been so much easier. But that's not my thing. This is my council proposed business. Let me get out the way. We are kicking up with the, I can't lie. I've got over 170 emails probably about defunding the police. And I'm feeling some way, y'all. I'm feeling some way. I'm gonna try to put my emotions aside and just say, the goal is to do, we're gearing up for White Town Swag 2020, a clearer vision of peace, in conjunction with the Cream, My Brother's Keeper, and Mentor the Youth, just about creating more swag houses. And we have a committee of 13 people meeting from the swag houses and the contributors from last season that kind of got short-stopped, and even with the COVID. So we're still looking for credible ways to protect our youth and our most vulnerable one. And I'm gonna just say this. This is all I'm gonna say about the defunding of the police, because this is about the council business. So I'm gonna look dead in the camera, make sure you can hear me and see me, make sure we're clear. Don't be afraid. The last 100+ bodies that laid on the ground were Black bodies. Don't be scared. That's us. So when you talk about defunding the police, the goal is for us to work together collectively. We're not anarchists. We're not anti-government. We're not democratic socialists or nothing like that. The goal is to maintain. The goal is to maintain our civility and our humanity together. That's all I want to say. So my council business is clearly to promote the things that keep us all safe together. And I just think it was a lot of emails and things that you guys are not abolitionists. You're not freeing slaves. You're not in 2020. I just want to be clear. And that party that they had about the no politicians could come, we all in this together. I was going to show up just because, and I was going to show up deep. And you're going to see us, because that's what we did. I know I sent you guys pictures. You saw all those brothers on June 7th, the Great Appeal. You couldn't ignore them. No one said anything about it, but that's okay, because we're going to be deep, because we're still in this together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Morgan, Mayor Pro Tem.
You're muted.
Mayor, you're muted, Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry. I just said, wow, thank you, Council Member Morgan, for your comments. I wasn't aware of an event on June 7th, so I didn't see it. But thank you for the work and all of the organizations that you named that you're doing. I too have gotten the letters and the emails about defunding the police. I think that needs to be, I think that's a misnomer. I think it should be not even a reforming of the police, but a restructuring of the police. What's in the root is going to come out in the fruit. So I think that we have to go back and look at the root of policing, where it all started, and it's coming out. I think now even more so, and it's been there. It just hasn't been visible where we could see it. And now the fruit is very, very real and touchable and all. I will save some of my other comments for the town hall that we're going to have. The mayor called me and asked me to co-host a town hall with her. And I recommended that we could not have the town hall without having the police chief there. So he will be with us there on Thursday evening at 7 o'clock. The mayor will provide the information on how to tune into the Zoom meeting. And I hope all of council will tune in, because this is something that we've got to talk about, we've got to address, and I hope all of council will attend. Well, it's actually a council meeting next Tuesday. But in the meantime, I did ask the city manager and the clerk to forward to everyone the policing plan from President Obama and Vice President Biden that they did draw up. They had it and presented it, and they were following it. Even though the present occupant of 1600, he does not want to admit that he says that they did nothing, but they did have a plan. I asked that it be sent, so every member of council should have received that. I also asked that it be sent to every member of the police commission, advisory commission, and that we would use that as a focal point next week at our meeting. So please, if everyone would read it and know tenderly, not word for word, but know what it's saying and what it's doing. It starts out with 5 things that are outlined for the government, for the police, and for the community. So there's 5, those 3 each have 5 things that I think that we could look at. And I think if we look at them and those that we can adopt and put in place, I think we'll come out way ahead of what's going on.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilor Wilcoxon.
Mine are really simple. I want to say thanks to Ron Akers for getting the signs up on Mansfield. There's 2 there, one on a pole and one of the cart things. And it seems to have really slowed down the traffic, and people are actually stopping for the stop sign. So that's pretty good. I did notice today that the bridge over the river by Waterworks Park has just recently suffered some damage in terms of there's a number of boards that have come loose in the sides that are holding those down have popped up, and there's loose bolts and things sticking out of the timbers on there. So if somebody could take a look at those, that was just today. It wasn't there 2 days ago. So if somebody could take a look at that, that would be great, because it's the boards are now coming loose, so they're a hazard to walk on, and there's loose hardware and screws. You know.
I interrupt you, Councilor Coxon, for 1 second, because
I'm
we've
done.
come to the end of our meeting and we need an extension.
I'm done. So.
Thank you. Can somebody make a motion to extend the meeting, please?
I move to extend to 10:40.
Thank you. Move.
Support.
Seconded. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilor Coxon, please continue. I apologize.
No, I'm good. I'm just cracking up at Mr. Morgan. So if somebody from the DPS could check out the fixing the walkway on the bridge, that'd be great, because it's getting to be dangerous. So.
Thank you. Councilor Somerville.
Oh, a few thank yous. Thank you, Ron, for responding to all of my annoying emails. But I also wanted to just thank everyone on staff. I know Christopher and Joe took the lead on some of the business closures, but I know that everyone was working really hard to make that all happen as quickly as possible. And some of the businesses in Depot Town have expanded their seating into the street this week. And I know that there were some serious efforts to help expand seating on West Cross, despite, you know, some businesses just not wanting to do it. We were able to convince MDOT to close parts of West Cross. So, you know, staff, I just want everyone else on council to know that staff really did follow through with their word on making sure that we could expand that program out to everyone. And for the most part, from what I've heard from Christopher and Joe, every business downtown West Cross and Depot Town has been contacted. The other thing that I wanted to mention is I mentioned this to Ron earlier, and I think this might just need to be like a larger discussion later on in the summer. I had a different street in my ward that didn't have speed humps last year, but had in a previous year. And I think that maybe we need to have a discussion overall about how to slow traffic down in the neighborhoods throughout the city, because I'm getting a lot of complaints from people speeding down. Thank goodness we closed Cross Street in Depot Town today, because cars have been flying through going 50, 60 miles per hour ever since the construction project was completed last 2 weeks ago. It's been pretty bad, and I'm getting complaints about Prospect and all of that. So the speeding in the neighborhoods is becoming a real issue, unfortunately. The other thing, I mean, I just need to say something. It's unfair for the 3 Black council members, the Black city manager, and the Black chief of the fire department to have to sit through and continuously deal with comments made about race by, I mean, the mayor, to be completely clear, during council meetings. It's offensive, especially given the current circumstances in the country. And we know that Ypsi has problems with racial inequities. So don't be fooled by the fact that we have 3 Black council members and a Black city manager. It's highly offensive that they have to sit through our council meetings and deal with this. When things get said about Black women not getting reappointed, whether or not that was okay, it's not okay for them to hear those comments as Black people. And I just feel like I need to say something as a not Black council member. It's just not okay. It's not okay at all, and all of us should be saying something about it. I was trying to get to this earlier when after Nicole read that proclamation. There are already policies that exist in the city of Ypsi that we actively enforce that are inherently racist, and we also sit through council meetings every week, and people, whether they realize it or not, are participating in racist behavior. Being an anti-racist is a lifelong project, and it needs to go checked at every corner. And it's really embarrassing at this point, especially, you know, these are recorded meetings. People can look back and see that comment that was made earlier. And as someone who grew up in a predominantly Black city for the first quarter of my life in Detroit, and then to come to a city as diverse as Ypsi and deal with this just really, really disheartening behavior by people who claim to be anti-racist and claim to care about Black lives. It's hard for me to sit through this. And I can't even imagine what it's like for my colleagues who are Black sitting through this, that have to have their cameras on and have to be worried about the way that their face looks when comments get made that are super disrespectful for them as people. They don't get to decide not to be Black at all. And regardless of if we have a Black Lives Matter flag up in council, or if we have marches where tons, thousands of white people show up, the fact that our mayor thinks it's okay to say that during a council meeting is so disrespectful. Has nothing to do with a commissioner not showing up to meetings. And the community members that raised concerns about Ann Brown and Toy not being reappointed, and then for the mayor to make comments about Toy's behavior and throwing the angry Black woman trope, that's offensive, like highly offensive. And this all goes back to that. And it's embarrassing to me that Nicole had to say something. Nicole should not have to say something during a council meeting. She should not have to continually defend her Blackness. That is bullshit. And that's all I have to say. We all need to do better, all of us who are not Black on council and members of city staff, because someone should, that should not be said, ever. Things like that should not be said. And it instantly upset Nicole and Anthony. And regardless of if I always agree with anyone on council, the fact that they were upset for the remainder of our council meeting upsets me, and that is bullshit. That is all.
Thank you. Now I'm going to move on to, hang on. All right. So I don't have any comments tonight, but I do have a couple of pieces of business. I've been hearing for some time that there's some major, some significant staffing issues going on at DPS, and they've been impacting city services a little bit. And I just would really like to see if council could get a report on that and what the status is, what's caused it, and what's going to happen to correct it. And then I want to add to DPS's burden by asking about the fountain in front of the library. It's still dressed as a Christmas present. And, you know, we often turn it on and unbox it and things like that. So I don't know if that's possible, but I'd also like to hear what's going on with DPS. And the second thing I'd like to bring up is that I am frequently, and more often than I should be, seeing our police in particular out without masks in public, going into homes, talking with people. And in particular, I'm seeing our police chief in public frequently in the station and outside the station without masks on. And I think that we have to be modeling this. I would like to see the city manager enact a policy that requires masks, and with very rare exceptions. I am not buying that police don't have to have masks on as little as they are. I really want to see them wearing them. So that's a problem to not just me, but some other members of the community. And I'm tired of fielding those emails and phone calls too. So that's what I have. Communications from city manager, Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor, after the impassioned comments from Councilmember Somerville, I can't believe you said, I have no comments, but I do have 2 issues. I can't believe that you did exactly what in part she was talking about. You know, not one, I mean, you didn't comment behind Councilmember Brown, I, was expecting at least, okay, I'm sorry, I'll do better. You did not, and then to not comment behind Councilmember Morgan, he also was pulling for an apology from you, but then to just ignore what you just heard to say, I have no comments, but I have 2 issues that I want to address. I just said at the beginning of the meeting that we have a responsibility to call out racism when we see it. And all of that is a very, very explicit display of racism. So go on and call on.
Support.
Because of your particular comments, I've heard the mistake that I made, and I apologize. I do. I should have judged Karan Gaines on his actions.
Too little, too late.
I hear that, and you've asked for an apology, and I'm giving it. I will say that there have been energetic efforts to paint me as a racist for ever since I've entered office, and they're false. I am a white person working energetically and hard on my racism that I was raised in. And I will continue to work on it. And I will continue to speak. And I will continue to ask that I be judged by my actions more than my words. I understand that millennials like their words more than their actions, but my actions have spoken for years about my work and care about racism, homophobia, anti-Semitism, anti-poverty work in many, many areas of my life and this city. And I will stand by that record every step of the way. So I apologize for that one inappropriate statement, and I'm sorry about that. I apologize to Wolf Brown for hurting her. I apologize to Anthony Morgan for hurting him, and I apologize to Lois Richardson for hurting her. And I will continue my work, and I will continue to occasionally say the wrong things in my effort to do good work in this city. So it is now time for city manager comments, and we're down to 8 minutes.
Mr. Barr has his hand up.
Mm-hmm.
In regard to the fountain by the library, I think the district library has taken responsibility for that. Maybe Mr. Akers could correct me if I'm wrong.
No, you're correct. My understanding is the library is responsible for the fountain.
Okay, that's good to know, and they're not open, so that makes sense. All right, thank you. City Manager McMullen.
Yeah, that was going to be one of my comments, that the library is responsible for that. Mayor, I just wanted to ask, how come I wasn't included in the apology?
You and I have a disagreement going on, and I do not feel safe acknowledging you in many ways at this time, because until our issue is resolved, I just don't feel like it's a safe territory for me.
Okay, let the record show.
Good night, y'all. I gotta go. I gotta go. I can't do it. I gotta go.
Well, let the record show. Okay, that was a perfect place to prove different.
The meeting.
Chief Jagusti, Chief Tony, I have been directed to write a policy regarding masks. Can you explain to council while they're here why they may see some of your officers without masks? And
Right.
then also right after that, Mr. Barr, can you also explain why we can't make everyone wear a mask? Because that's going to direct what I'm able to do.
We are and have been following. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We have 6 minutes. I'm sorry. We have 6 minutes. Should we extend the meeting again?
I will be brief. We have been and are currently following the CDC's protocols for law enforcement and first responders. We're maintaining our social distancing, and masks on police officers out in the field is to be worn as appropriate. We have some very severe difficulties communicating on the radio. where the mask muffles the communications. And in emergency situations, the officers are not waiting to put their masks on to make entry into places. So we are conscious of the social distancing. We're taking all kinds of precautions at the station regarding cleaning and everything else. So while everyone else was shut down, the police department was running full bore the whole time, and we've had no illness. So we're taking care of all the things that we need to take care of. I understand the concerns, but for our work, those masks are not always practical. So we have protocols in place for when we have a death investigation, where there's someone that may be COVID. We have all the PPE ready. We have hand sanitizing. We clean the station constantly. The station is aerosol twice a week. So we're taking care of business and everyone's staying healthy. So I understand the concerns. But again, for us, some of those things are just not particularly appropriate for some of the work that we're doing.
And in the field, how are they sanitizing in the field? I think it's important that this be known because the public is looking and watching and listening rather than me submitting a report. So that is the reason I'm asking Chief.
Right. So we have hand sanitizers and cleaners in the cars, so they can wipe down all the commonly used items in the cars, the keyboards on the computers, the mics for the radios, steering wheels, door handles. Those things are cleaned at the beginning and end of each shift. Hand sanitizers with every officer. They have gloves available on them all the time. They always have a mask available to them if it's something that they need to put on it for whatever reason. And so we've got all those protocols in place.
Can you talk a little bit about why you're not wearing a mask when you're out in public, Chief DeGiusti?
Well, if you're referring to the demonstration last Saturday, I guess it was last Saturday, I felt it important for people to be able to know who I am and that I was there so they could see me, which would be very difficult wearing a mask. So I chose not to wear one.
It's still my time, I think. I wanted to ask Mr. Barr if you would go ahead and address legally how we can require a person to wear a mask, because we can. And so therefore, when the mayor is directing me to make a policy saying that they have to, I don't think legally I can say that. Mr. Barr, can you speak to that?
I can, and you're correct. Masks are recommended, but at the present time, they're not mandatory under the law. They're recommended, and it depends on where you are, inside, outside, what your health condition is, the closeness to other people, and so on, your profession, your job, and so on.
Could we make it a requirement of our employment to wear a mask except in exceptional circumstances? And when you're alone and, in a private space?
Well, it depends on what the job is. If you're demanding that a DPS person cutting the grass wear a mask, that would be difficult. But if you're in surgery or first responder in a medical situation, it might difference on that. Generally, you have to be very careful on requiring it.
And I was told outside, it's a little bit different when you're outside because there's a lot more air circulating. But I'm not an expert either, but I wanted to make sure that this was known because I don't want anyone to feel that I'm not considering a directive. And so I want council to know that the directive is not possible. We do have a COVID policy that we're already following that we talked about tonight. And so I think that that is sufficient, a policy for us to follow. And that does suggest masks. It does suggest all of the requirements by the CDC. And I think that that's.
We have 1 minute left. Is there any more business, city manager, before I call on Mayor Pro Tem?
I believe that's what I wanted to say was regard to that. What is the governor's what did she issue about, what was her issue about the mask on the inside? I know you can't go inside stores without a mask. So did it stop only at stores? Her decree
intended for inside.
Inside stores only, or where?
I believe inside closed spaces.
So that
In
we got
inside closed public spaces.
our buildings don't come under that. I mean, if they do, that would just make it easier for you city managers, all I'm saying.
Right. I don't
There's not a
think
motion to extend the meetings over.
Yeah.
I
Wilcox.
move to extend for 10 minutes.
Yeah, so sorry if I could butt in for a second. The biggest thing about the governor's
We need
order.
to have a
You
vote.
can't. You need to either second this motion or we're done.
Yeah.
Sorry, second.
Second, okay, vote. All those in favor, 10 minutes.
Aye.
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 So the biggest thing with the governor's executive order is that it's recommended. There's no teeth in it though, so it's not enforced. That's it. It's recommended. The idea is to get everybody to wear masks. And I think, I mean, you know, you can't really wear a mask when you're outside exercising. There's times when you can't wear a mask, and I think especially the police department. I mean, there are times when people need to see their face for really good reasons. But yeah, I think it's highly recommended inside closed public spaces. So it's recommended though. That's the thing. The word recommended, and then also the fact that there's no enforcement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mayor,
Further,
if it makes you feel better, we're doing everything we can to mitigate the risks of our employees. We're not flagrantly disregarding the CDC's suggestions or the executive order of the governor or anything like that. We're doing what we can, but again, we want to be effective in what we do. And a lot of the times when you're communicating with somebody, your facial expressions mean a lot, especially when you're talking to somebody and you're trying to de-escalate a situation. Having just your eyeballs sticking out and not being able to show empathy, because you really can't without your facial expressions, really severely hampers our ability to communicate with people. So when we can abide by those things, we do, but we want to make sure we're doing our job properly as well.
I'm really not talking about those situations, and I understand the delicacy of the work that you do with the public, and that makes perfect sense to me. It's really about the meetings, the calm times when you're out in public, when your people are out in public, just having conversations, or stopping. I had a police car, and one of your officers stopped and chat with me briefly. He wasn't wearing a mask. He was in the car, and so I just want to say, I care very much about the safety of the staff and the residents, and I just really wish that we were modeling it as much as we could. So that's all I'm speaking to. We can't come up with a policy, that's fine. I think the message has been sent, and I'm happy. So thank you. Any further business, City Manager?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to close?
Move to adjourn.
Thank you.
Support.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Okay.